as to whether Mr. Ramusipili can use photos that were obtained pursuant to an investigation in the second docket, First Lawyers Cast 3751 of 2019. We raised an objection. We subsequently had a conference with the defense regarding those photos, and Mr. Ramusipili has indicated that he will no longer be using those photos, subject to confirmation by him. However, my lord, we just want to sound a warning to my colleagues regarding the use of statements either in this docket 63610 of 2014 or in 3751 of 2019. There's a tendency to quote passages of statements in either of the dockets, but until now, out of this main docket, 63610 of 2014, and invite Brigadier Guninda to comment on what those witnesses are saying. We submit, my lord, that that is improper. You cannot use, as we've objected yesterday when Mr. Ramusipili was quoting passages from some statements and eliciting the comments of Brigadier Guninda. You cannot use inadmissible evidence in cross-examination. The only way, my lord, to use such statements is if the defense signal their intention to call those witnesses. But unless they do that, my lord, that remains hearsay evidence. And in this regard, we just want to briefly refer to the Handbook of the Criminal Procedure under cross-examination on page 22 to 54, when it deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. He writes the following regarding the use of inadmissible evidence, and he says, cross-examination based on inadmissible evidence is not permitted. And he then lists the categories of such inadmissible evidence, and amongst those categories he refers to an unproven document which the witness also cannot prove. And he quotes then the case of Howard versus Decker, Vetcop and Agencies, and Forwest Estate Pty Ltd and Sousa, 1971, volume 3, essay 937T at 948E to H. We had a look at that case. It's an old case, 1971 case, and it's a decision of the then Transvaal Provincial Division. It was a civil case, but the principles are still equally applicable. And in the heading, it says, where the party against whom a private document, in this case a private document, was applicable, but the principles are equally applicable to a criminal case. Where the party against whom a private document, in this case a deed of sale, not complying with certain requirements, is sought to be relied on, has neither been admitted nor its authenticity proven, nor that the contents thereof are correct. Its contents cannot be used either as evidence or for the purpose of cross-examination. And proving the authenticity thereof, my lord, entails calling the deponent of that document to identify it. And in this instance, paragraph G, even though it was a private document, the court referred to in paragraph G, and we quote, the law in relation to the proof of private document is that the document must be identified by a witness who is either, one, the writer or signatory thereof, or secondly, the attesting witness, or thirdly, the person in whose lawful custody the document is, fourthly, the person who found it in the possession of the opposing party, and fifthly, a handwriting expert, unless the document is one which proves itself, that is either produced under a discovery order or may be judicially noticed by the court, or is one which may be handed in from the bar, or is produced under a subpoena, dubious taking, or is an affidavit in interlocutory proceedings, or is admitted by the opposing party. So in other words, my lord, the rules of admissibility of a document must first be satisfied before a document can be used in cross-examination. And this applies to all the statements in this matter, as well as the statements that were made pursuant to an investigation in First Lawrence Case 3751 of 2019. We don't want to disturb the flow of the proceedings by standing up and objecting every time. Hence, my lord, we just felt that we just need to bring this to the attention of my colleagues. Thank you.
Okokuqala ke udaba lokuqala umshusha akhulume ngalo ukuthi ke nanjengoba izolo ke bekunale ithombe lezi zasepark uMr Ramsepile ebefisa ukuthi ke abuze ke ngazo kodwa ke baye bahlangana ke izolo ke umshushisi nabameli bakhuluma wasesho ke uMr Ramsepile ukuthi cha akasaqhubekile ngalezo ithombe lezo ukuthi abuze ke imibuzo kuzona. Okwesibili ke uyakuthi nje ufisa nje umshushisi ukuthi ke eqwaliseke ozakwabo mayelana nokusebenzisa ke izitatimende abantu bazo abangezanga noma abangabizwanga la enkantolo bazosho ukuthi izitatimende zabo okusho ukuthi ke leso statement leso asabikho isiqinisekiso ukuthi ke kukho ke ngokomthetho noma ngokwendlela ke okwenziwa ngayo enkantolo ukuthi kusetshenziswe istatement bese kulindelwa lofakazi ukuthi ke aphendule kwistatement ekungesona esakhe futhi nomnikazi waso istatement leso engabizwanga enkantolo ukuthi ke azosiqinisekisa mayelana nalokho okubhaliwe kusona.
Yes, Mr. Ramsepile.
As the court proceeds, my lord, I note the submission by my learned colleague, my lord. However, I cannot respond at this stage, my lord, because I did not go and prepare for that. I'm busy preparing for the application. If I need to respond, my lord, it will have to be tomorrow.
I don't understand. Yesterday we said you should prepare.
No.
Both
no,
of you. Or
no,
not even both, all of you.
No, the court said we can either discuss it amongst ourselves or prepare. Or prepare.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes, or prepare, not discuss and prepare.
How do you prepare without discussing?
No, the discussion was whether is it necessary to prepare for this argument pending that I'm going to use the statements or not. But once we decided that I'm not going to pursue that line of questioning using those photos, we then decided amongst ourselves that preparation is no longer necessary.
I see.
Yes.
So you're saying, I don't want to prejudice your client. Did you want to use that information? Let's start there.
It is not material for my cross-examination.
Well, why did you bring it to court and...
My lord, I specifically stated why I brought that information to court.
Oh, okay, fine. What was the reason, by the way?
My lord will recall, I don't know which witness was it during the main trial. Reference was kept on mention of the park, the left 200 meters.
Yes.
And the court asked my learned colleague, Mr. Baloyi, that it's imperative that the court has sight of the photos of the park and the surroundings. And in light thereof, my lord, I think the following day, Mr. Baloyi came and furnished all of us with disclosure regarding those photos and the album and the statement of the person that took those photos. However, my lord, that was not pursued thereafter, and the court never inquired further. But then, as I was preparing, my lord, like I said, I came across those photos, and it was just to remind the court that the court once asked for these photos. Is it also necessary now to have that witness come and testify to orientate the court as to the park that was searched by the community, by the first responders, where it is alleged that the intruders ran, which is 200 meters away from the scene? That was the purpose, man.
Yeah, it's obvious the court wanted to know if there were photographs of the scene. And the answer then, because it was silence, I thought no photos were taken.
It is unfortunate, but because we were finished, my lord, with the photos the following day, after the court.
And you never brought that to the attention
and
of...
the attention, it was never brought to the attention of the court.
Now the question is, do you want to use them, sir?
No, I'm not going to utilize them, my lord.
Because I don't want it to be said
No, it won't
that you are being refused, and your client is being refused an opportunity to use those photos, which were supposed to be part of his defense.
Yes,
Are you with me?
I am, my lord.
Yeah.
And I did discuss it with him this morning to say I'm not going to utilize the photos because this was the context within which I was bringing it to the attention of the court, and he is well versed, my lord, that I'm not going to use those photos anymore.
Let's hear your colleagues, Mr. Nisi.
Thank you, my lord. The prescription, which is of a blanket nature, my lord, that the state seeks to impose on the defense with regard to the usage of certain statements, tends to be unlawful, and from where I'm studying, it's a bit rational, because it does not take into account the provisions of the Law of Evidence Amendment Act number 45 of 1988, which amongst others stipulates that information that is contained in a document or information that is contained in a statement may be admitted on a provisional basis, where the person who seeks to use that information undertakes to call the person whose property value the content of such statement lies. So the person who wants to use that statement can simply make an application to court and say, my lord, may I please be granted the leave to use the content of the statement, because later on then I will call the person upon upon whose credibility the content of this document lies. There's nothing wrong with that, my lord. That is just point number one. Point number two, my lord, is the state makes a disclosure. Upon investigation, or let me actually start it here. The state receives a complaint that is investigated by police. The police go out and take statements from certain witnesses. Then the matter gets brought to court, and there's a trial such as this one, and the state makes a disclosure. In the process, circumstances had arisen in these courts, and in certain circumstances may also arise. I've also done this as well. Then you go to the list of state witnesses. Amongst the list of state witnesses is a particular Mr. X, maybe he's witness number 5. And then they call the first witness, the state called his first witness. And then the process of cross-examining that witness, who's witness number 1. And then you refer to the statement of witness number 5, who's also mentioned in the list of state witnesses. For instance, you come and say, Mr. Witness, Brigadier Kininda, The state is going to call Mr. X, who's witness number 5, who's going to say, amongst others, this and 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 this. I'm not even so sure, my lord, whether that is unlawful, because the person that has been referred to, who the defense believes that later on will be called by the state, is amongst the list of state witnesses. So there's perfectly nothing wrong with that, my lord. Unless if the state from the beginning indicates that these are the specific names of witnesses that we are going to utilize in trial, the rest we will not be utilizing. It is therefore upon those bases then we can approach the court and say, on the basis of the fact that the state is saying that they will not be utilizing this witness, may I then be granted leave to provisionally use the statement, because most probably this information is very important for the defense of the accused person. I may call these witnesses in our defense, and then the court provisionally then allows the usage or the content, the usage of the content of such a statement, my lord. But a blanket prescription that such documents cannot be used, my lord, I think it's unlawful and it has to be rational. What should actually happen is it should be a case-by-case determination. It should not be a blanket amnesty. I therefore do not align myself with the suggestion or with the application by my. I don't know whether it was an application, but I heard him saying that he was sounding a word of advice. I don't align myself with that advice, my lord. I may say from the bar that I'm not inclined to accept that advice. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, yes, Mr. Ngomalo.
As the court pleases, my lord, before Mr. Ngomalo addresses the court, I was called by my client to indicate that, my lord, the application or submissions by my learned colleague, my lord, are one-sided.
What?
Are one-sided because, my lord, he tells me that Brigadier Geninda has referred to the statement of Absalom Zungu, which he says links accused number 1 and 2. Yet that Absalom Zungu, the state did not call, and they led evidence to that effect. The evidence of Magdalene, who's the deceased, who describes suspect B, which the state alleges is accused number 2. Also, that person was never called. We have not been furnished with the death certificate of that person. So what he essentially says is that the state may be making this application, but what is good for the gander is the warning that he sounds to us, he must also sound it to himself. As the court pleases.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ngomalo.
My lord, the use of hearsay evidence is governed by Section 3 of the Law Amendment Act 45 of 1988.
Is that true?
Sorry?
Is it true or correct to make that statement? That hearsay evidence is governed by the Evidence Act, Section 3 of Acts, the 45 of 1988.
There are various, I think there's about 7 requirements that must be met before one can.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, is it correct to say hearsay evidence in this case? Because according to what I understood from Mr. Baloyi, those witnesses are alive. In terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, they must either be dead or missing.
Yes.
So that the court can find that in that instance, that evidence could be admissible in the interest of justice. But that's why I asked Mr. Ramsipiri yesterday, this gentleman who compiled the photographs, where is he? He's still alive. And he never answered me. Just said, oh, well, you know, I don't know. So I couldn't make a ruling then. Okay, go on.
No, I was also going to address the court on the basis that if the court is forewarned that the credibility of that evidence upon whose property value relies is going to be called, then that evidence may be provisionally admitted pending the calling of that witness. And in the event that witness is not called later, then that piece of evidence may be removed from the record.
Fine.
That's how I understood it.
Yeah.
So if the court in any proceeding, for instance in this case, is warned that the counsel is going to use an affidavit and this person is going to be called, then the witness may be cross-examined on the basis of the content of that affidavit, if the court is forewarned. Then failure of the counsel in calling that witness that was referred to earlier, then that evidence is scrapped from the
Okay,
record.
fine.
That's how I understand the whole
Okay.
procedure. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Msholan.
My Lord, yesterday when we adjourned, the court granted us the indulgence to discuss with the state regarding the status of the content of the docket 375. My Lord, we did discuss the status of that docket, and the state indicated to us that since it was discovered by the state to us and we are in possession of that information, it can be used by the defense. Secondly, my Lord, it is the duty of each and every counsel who is intending to lead evidence on a particular statement, if the author or the deponent of that statement is no longer alive, to inform the court and bring the necessary application in order to be able to use such statement when cross-examining, especially this witness who is the investigating officer in this court. As a result, my Lord, my submission is that since we have been given that permission to proceed, as the time when comes when the counsel intends to lead evidence on a certain particular statement, each counsel knows the procedure, my Lord. That's my submission.
Yeah, but I thought here we're speaking about photographs, documentary evidence. Is that not so?
Yes, my Lord. My Lord, the photographs, unfortunately, my learned friend has decided not to proceed with that. However, the state had indicated that if he wants to lead the evidence regarding that statement, he can still proceed, my Lord. And we also ask the state to make those witnesses available to us if the state is not intending to call them. And the state indicated that as soon as we indicate, the witnesses will be made available.
Okay.
Yes. Therefore, whenever counsel is or intends to lead that photo album, especially in my case, I will be calling that witness who took that photo album, and I will be using that photo album.
Is he alive?
He is alive, my Lord.
Where is he?
Mr. Kininda can get
Zuluini.
No, my Lord, the investigating officer will be approached when we are about to lead that information to get the whereabouts of the witness for us. Because once the state has finished with its state case, he will make those witnesses available to the defense, and the investigating officer will get them for the defense. And then we'll be able to call them, all of them, my Lord. We are going to give them a list of all the witnesses that the defense intends to call.
Okay, fine, no problem. Yeah, that's a general proposition. This court is obliged. I've listened to the defense and even the prosecution. The government of this debate is the fact that Mr. Ramsipiri wanted to utilize photographs which apparently are the result of an investigation by the state in another case. And I think Mr. Baloyi initially objected that, but after some time relented to say if Mr. Ramsipiri wants to use that evidence, which is documentary evidence, he may deal with it as he wants. Am I quoting him correctly? That's correct. Right. Now, as we all know, the Constitution is the premier law in our country. What Mr. Baloyi stated about hearsay evidence is correct, no problem. And also what Mr. Mnisi states about Section 3 of Act 45 of 1988, the Evidence Act, which came into being 1961, I'm sure all of us were born. Correct. But there is a rider here. I asked, how was this evidence acquired by Mr. Ramosipidi? And Ramosipidi said it was apparently discovered by the state before this matter was nullified. Is that not so?
No, it was during this matter, the current matter, not before Justice Maumela. It was in this trial.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Is that so, Mr.?
Well, and I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone. The main disclosure regarding 375 was done during the trial before Judge Maumela.
Yes, I
don't
think I
remember
listened.
disclosing anything
That's it.
pertaining to the and as say my lord, we
No, fine. I hear you.
memory can sometimes leave us in the lurch.
Yes,
but
I listened to say this was discovered during.
yes, but
I even said my predecessors.
yes, that is my recollection.
Yeah, quite. But it was not formally discovered at the beginning of this trial on the 17th of July, 2023.
No, 375.
Yeah, 375. I'm talking about 375.
Yes, was discovered.
Was discovered.
during the proceedings that were aborted before Judge Maumela.
Yes, that's how I understood it. You don't agree, Mr.
No, I don't agree, my lord.
You were all in court. I wasn't here.
My lord, how can that be?
I was sweeping the floors when you were sitting with my brother Maumela. I wasn't there.
But my lord,
And you can agree
yes.
on this. You were there during Maumela's time. You were there, or you are here during my time.
But the essence of my submission was that the question emanated from your lordship, not just this moment.
Okay. Otherwise, we'll waste the whole time. Yeah, okay, let me just settle it. In terms of our law, the Constitution, about Section 35, 1C of the criminal of the Constitution states that an accused person has the right to defend himself and to challenge the state's case also. Consequently, accused before court here, they have the right to challenge any piece of evidence. Like, for instance, because it has been discovered, this court doesn't have to inquire as to how it was discovered, because it appears that in any event, Mr. Ramosipidi wanted to utilize this evidence of photographs or an album. And I don't want this case, wherever it goes, they say this judge never dealt with this exigency. So I'm dealing with it now. When you decide not to use it, it mustn't be said that I refused you the opportunity to use it. Okay? Because my finding, as I say, is that your client has the right to defend himself. And then in section 151(2)(a), at common law also, there has always been a right vested in an accused to call witnesses on his or her behalf. And that the Constitution recognizes this right in section 35, and also the Constitution now guarantees every accused person, as part of the right to a fair trial, to the right to adduce and challenge evidence. And this principle was reiterated in the case of S versus Duma. It's an unreported case, ZP case number AR 141/14, where it was reported that it is an irregularity if a judge or a court denies an appellant or an accused person an opportunity to call a witness in defense of so fundamental a right that if that happens, it vitiates the proceedings in the sense that he has been deprived of a fair trial right. And this applies to all the evidence, documentary or even evidence relating to videos, photographs, and verbal recordings, all evidence. And this was also repeated in the case of Ugwebu versus the National Director of Public Prosecutions, case number 86184/201, which judgment was delivered by my late brother, Classens, on the 28th of May, 2019. And at page 22, he says the court recognizes the right and that this right is underpinned by a right to a fair trial and entails that all available evidence, including evidence that would assist an accused in his or her defense, should be made available, all, irrespective of how that evidence was acquired or discovered. In S versus Maluleke, unreported case number CA and R 34/2013, which was finalized on the 1st of November 2013. The court at paragraph 60 confirmed that where the defense fails to call a witness whom he or she could have been called, it is open to the defense to request the state to make that witness available. And actually, to put it in its proper context, the state is obliged, if it doesn't utilize any witness or any document which pertains to a case in which the right to adduce evidence or the right to defend the state's case, that is by the litigant, the state is obliged to make that evidence available, whether it be, as I say, documentary, photographic, or through video material. So it's a legal question also that if the state is not in a position to call any witness, it is incumbent on the defense to do so if it so desires, in order to actualize the right to a fair trial and to adduce and defend evidence in terms of Section 35(1)(c). This case is peculiar in the sense that this court finds that this evidence, which is apparently wanted to be used by Mr. Ramosepili, which pertains to documentary evidence of photographs which were allegedly acquired or taken in another case, it doesn't stop Mr. Ramosepili or any accused person to utilize that evidence, because the right to Section 35(1)(c), in my view, it's more decisive than the right to the privilege which is supposed to be extended to any evidential material which is in the possession of the state, because we must bear in mind that this evidence, we keep saying it's a case. It's not yet a case. 735, it's not a case. It's still an investigation. A case only commences when there's litis contestatio, meaning that it only commences after the state has placed or put a charge to an accused person and that accused person pleads. Only then does that evidence become evidence in the accepted rate. Otherwise, still an investigation. So Mr. Ramsipidi actually wants to use photographs which are pertaining to an investigation in another case. But I'm saying the right of his client to Section 3551C supersedes even the privilege which the state could claim or wants to claim. Okay. So if you want to use that evidence, sir, you may do so.
Inkantolo kufinyeza ke ekushoyo ukuthi ke ayivimbi banika ayivimbi umuntu futhi ke mayibheka ke nawo ke amalungelo umsolwa anawo noma eshilo ke yena uMr Ramusipili ukuthi akasaqhubekike nokusebenzisa lezi ayithombe lezi zasePark ngoba inkantolo isho ukuthi kusewuphenyo lela ngoba yithombe ke lezi eyingekho la kuleli cala kodwa zingaphansi kwakhe u375 kodwa inkantolo ithi noma kunjalo ke uma kuwukuthi yena ufuna uyisebenzisa inkantolo ayimvimbi ke kodwa yena ushilo ukuthi cha akusayisona ke isifiso sakhe futhi ukhulumile nawe ke Mr Ntanzi ukuthi ke akasaqhubeki nokusebenzisa lezi ayithombe kodwa kubona ke lokho inkantolo ithi ayimvimbi ukuthi ke angaqhubeka noma wena naye ke ummeli wakho ayinivimbi uma ukuthi niyafuna ukuthi niyisebenzise.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Ramasipi, any further questions?
As the court pleases, my lord. That's it. Now, Brigadier, yesterday I had started on an aspect of the description given by various people that were in the house, in particular regarding accused number 2. And that description is contained in the statements that they made on the 27th of October 2014, and for some of them, they are viva voce testimony also in this court regarding that description.
Yes, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ubumbuza ke izolo mayelana ke nendlela ofakazi noma abantu ke abathi babona ngalelo langa abe bechaza ngayo ke bechaza yena ke umsolo wesibili kuyitatimende noma ke bekhuluma ke ngazo i27 ka October 2014. Yebo kuyiqiniso.
Now, yesterday I had started on the evidence of Nthabise Mokete, and I had paraphrased some of her evidence and invited you to comment, but I'd like to start today with a proper premise by not paraphrasing, but by reading from the transcript of her evidence and invite you to comment. And the evidence is contained in the transcript of the 26th of July 2023, and I'd start at page 25, which Advocate Baloyi says, yes, you may proceed, and Ms. Mokete. Now, there was a stage where there was a sound, a loud noise that sounded like a gunshot sound, a bang sound, like that of a firearm, whilst we were still in the car like that. Now I got shot. I then said to her that it is the sound of a firearm or a firearm that is being discharged. And Mrs. Mokiti here, she's referring to Yolanda Nota that she was with in the car at the time. Should I proceed? Or you don't have your... Okay. Mr. Jones, they are printing it for you. And then Advocate Baloyi says, if you say you said to her, who are you referring to? Mrs. Mokete, I'm referring to Yolanda Nota. Advocate Baloyi, yes. And then Mrs. Mokete. Now there was a person that passed or walked past at the time that I was saying to her that it is a sound of a gunshot. This particular person, as he or she was passing, that he or she went past running. In fact, he was running as he was passing where we were. Then Advocate Baloyi, you say he or she. Did you see whether it was a male person or a female person? Miss Mokete, he looked like a male being. He had a pair of pants, lean built in terms of the physique. Advocate Baloyi. Now, from which direction to which direction was this person running past? Miss Mokete. Now, when I saw this person, the person had already passed the vehicle and he was running towards the park.
Must I comment?
Yes, because the comment that I want to invite, yesterday you gave, when I gave this, like I said, it was not quoting verbatim. You then responded by saying, yes, this lends credibility to one of the confessional statements of accused number 2, because he had said that he ran away after the first shot was fired. And by then we were referring to a person with dreadlocks. So my question was that, are you saying that the person that ran out at the time with dreadlocks was accused number 2?
Yes, but my comment insofar as yesterday is concerned, my lord, was in reference to the statement made by her, not her testimony before court, because I wasn't here.
Uma bengibuza bengiphendula ke izolo mayelana nomuntu ke okuthiwa uyena ke waqala waphuma ke futhi egijima bekumayelana ke nestatement sakhe, hayi mayelana nobufakazi ke abethulile la enkantolo, ngoba ke ngenkathi yena sikhuluma ngaye ke umthabise Mokete, ngenkathi ethula ubufakazi bakhe ke la enkantolo mina ngangingekho.
And the second question will be, the person that is described by Ms. Mokete after the firing of the first shot, he says it's a lean or slim person in physique. And importantly, she did not know where this person was running from, because as she looked, the person had already passed the car that she was in. Do you want to comment on that?
My lord, again, I was not before court. I can only comment insofar as what is contained in the statement. So it's a difficult situation to.
Okunye futhi ke akushiwo ke kubufakazi bakhe noma kushoyo ke yena ke uMthabise Mokete Mokete ukuthi ke uma esembona ke lo muntu umbone esendlulile emotweni, ukusho ukuthi ke akamazi ukuthi waye qhamuka ngakuphi noma ke ephuma kuphi, khona ongakusho kulokho. Cha, ngoba ke ngangingekho nkathi ke ethula ubufakazi, mina ke engikushoyo ngikhuluma mayelana nestatement sakhe, hayi ukuthi yini ayisho la enkantolo.
But you wouldn't have any reason to dispute her testimony that she did not see where the first person ran away from after the first shot was fired.
I will not dispute her testimony if that was put before court, because I was not here, my lord. That's the essence of what I'm saying.
Uma ukuthi ke nkathi ela enkantolo wathi uma lo muntu lo oqala ke noma lo muntu ke nkathi ke kusho noma isibhamu sikhuma koqala ukuthi wayebaleka ephuma kuphi, akukho ke ngakusho, ngeke ngikuphikise ngoba ke kwakubufakazi bakhe futhi ngangingekho la enkantolo.
And at page 26 of the same transcript of the 26th of July 2023, it will be at line around line 17. Ms. Mokete says, as we were busy arguing with each other like that, there was another sound of a firearm that is being discharged. And Advocate Baloyi says, now this second sound of a firearm that is being discharged, it sounded as though it was now close to the vehicle. The sound was closer to the vehicle. And it says, Advocate Baloyi, I presume that the person that was talking, that the sound is closer to the vehicle is Ms. Mokete, but they wrote Mr. Baloyi. And below Mr. Baloyi says, yes, you may proceed, Ms. Mokete. Now, after that sound, the people that passed running towards the park in the same direction that the first person who passed running to. And Advocate Baloyi, I won't read that. We go to line 15. Mrs. Mokete says, now, as she opened the door, mind you, the people that we have already seen had run down the street. Then there was a third gun sound. Now, as she opened the door, I also tried to open the door because now the gunshot went for the third time.
We are both looking at the
Page 27, line
we are on 26.
6, 8, line 18. The way it says, now this second shot, go down. Yeah, that's one.
What's the problem now?
I think we were on page 26 now. Then that's what I was saying. Past page 26.
Oh.
You see from line 17.
Yes,
page
yes,
27.
yes. I'm just going through it quickly, my lord. Yes, my lord, I see that, but if one looks at page 27 on top, that's the comment I can make. It starts by saying running towards the park, the same direction that the first person who passed running took.
So sorry, Brigadier, before you proceed, it will start from the last sentence on page 26 where Ms. Mokete says, now after that sound, two people passed running towards the park in the same direction that the first person who had passed running.
Indeed.
Well, just before Brigadier Ginina comments, we've allowed this cross-examination to continue, but the court will recall that at some point, I think it was Advocate Nisi objected to Brigadier Ginina giving an opinion and said he's usurping the function of the court. Now, here's evidence that is before court. Now, Brigadier Ginina is now invited to comment as to who is the person that is being referred to here. It's our submission that once evidence is before court, it's now for the parties to argue on the probabilities as to who the person is that is being referred to here. It cannot be left to the witness to then give an opinion as to who is the person that is being referred to here. At the end of the case, based on all the evidence that would have been tendered, based on the probabilities and probabilities, it will be for us to argue as to who, in all probability, is the person that is being described here. It cannot be left to the witness, my lord, to give an opinion on that.
Lembuzo ke ebuzayo ke manje bekuke kwanenkinga ke ngaphambilini la khona ke uadvocate Mnisi ashilo ukuthi ke akusiyena ke ufakazi onganikeza uvo noma asho ke ukuthi ucabangani ngento eshiwo umunye ufakazi. Kodwa ke manje ngale mibuzo ebuzwayo ke lapho khulunywa ke ngabantu noma umuntu owayegijima ke eya ngase park akukwazeki ke ukuthi ke kungalindeleka ukuthi kube ufakazi onikeza ngalo lovo. Kodwa ke ngaphambilini bekunenkinga ke uma bekunombuzo okanjalo.
Yes, Mr. Mseki.
As the court pleases, my lord, let me skip this part and go directly to what I said. My purpose was, I was just giving the background of the sequence as testified by Ms. Mukete. But the main point that I wanted to come to is on page 26, she has already given a description of the first person that ran away past the car after the first shot, that he was lean in physique. Now the descriptor of the two other persons that ran thereafter, it's contained on page 34, and that's the sole reason why I embarked on this exercise, my lord. Not even so, sorry, I think I made you print the whole page. It's not page 34. Sorry, my lord, it's not on page 34. It's from page 45 to page 46 of the record of the 2607-2023, my lord. And that reference will be at line 15 of page 45. And it is Advocate Balo is saying, you mentioned that the first person was a shot that rang off and a person ran past, and you described the person, you mentioned that the second shot that rang off and two persons ran past towards the park. Are you able to describe those two persons? And Ms. Mukete says, no, I remember the very first person that ran past was tall, he was not short, also with a leaner physique or a slimmer physique. And then Mr. Bolis asked, is that the first person who ran past alone? And Ms. Mukete, the very first one who ran past alone. Yes, and the other two, Ms. Mukete, one of them was not, big in terms of the physique. He was neither lean as well. He was of average height, and I remember that he had dreadlocks. And at line 17, Ms. Mukete stated that now this other one who was slightly bigger in physique, they did not outrun each other. They almost ran side by side, even though there was, and with a demonstration of fingers and in brackets written, that there was one that was a little in front of the other, and the very one with the bigger physique had a hoodie on his head, and with that head as well, he was taller. He was taller than the other two that I have already referred to. And he was asked by Mr. Balo, yes, any other description that you can give, Ms. Mukete? There is no other description that I can give. So essentially, the person that she described as wearing a hoodie is one of a bigger physique, not one of a leaner physique, according to her testimony here. And then she goes on to say, and with that head as well, he was taller. He was taller than the other two that I have already referred to.
My lord, my comment can only, as I've said, I think yesterday, can be perhaps twofolded. One, that the three suspects that Ms. Singh saw is corroborated in the confession of accused accused 2, in that he says he ran away after I think one and second shot were fired in the house. He went out. He then refers to accused 4. He leaves accused 3 inside according to the confession, and then accused 4 goes inside. So when he ran out to the car, that is according to the confession, my lord, he was running alone, and this is corroborated by this Ntabiseng, my lord. Thereafter, the second two people that Ntabiseng is referring to, my lord, identifies one person with dreadlocks whom it is alleged, my lord, or the investigation pointed that the accused three, in terms of the investigation, is the person with dreadlocks on that specific day. Now, what we do not have, my lord, in the investigation is what accused 4 was wearing. The fact that the second suspect is described in the second grouping now as having a hoodie does not necessarily mean it's not accused 4, because I don't have a description and we did not find evidence indicating what was accused 4 wearing on that specific day, including accused number 1 and accused number 5. We can place them where they were, but we can't say, I don't have evidence to indicate what type of clothing was accused number 4 wearing on that specific day.
Lana ke uma echaza ke uNtabiseng uyasho ke ukuthi ke umuntu amshoyo owaye gqoke ke ihoodie uma emchaza ke ngomzimba uthi umuntu ke owayemkhulu ke ngomzimba engasiyena ke umuntu owayemncane futhi manje wena ke uthini ke uphendula lapho. Lokho ke kuyahambiselana nento ebhaliwe kusona istatement sakhe ke umsolo wesibili ungathi ke egonyuluka ushilo ukuthi uma isibhamu siqhuma okokuqala waphuma ke yena wabaleka washiya ke ngaphakathi umsolwa wesithathu futhi ke nophenyo liyasho ke ngoba ke uma sechazwa abantu ke laba besibili abaphumayo ke omunye uyachazwa ke ukuthi wayinama dreadlocks uphenyo lothi ke esalenza lukhomba ke ukuthi umsolo wesithathu yena owayinama dreadlocks ushilo ke nokuthi futhi ke uma esemshiya ke umsolo wesithathu ke ila khona ke umsolo wesine esengena ngaphakathi ke manje uma ekhuluma ke ngabantu ababili abalandela kamuva uNtabiseng lokho kuyahambisana ke naso istatement sakhe umsolo wesibili ukuthi ke uma sephuma ke manje kwaphuma kulandela umsolo wesithathu kanye ke nowesine ukuthi amchaze ke lo kulabo ababili ukuthi wayegqoke ihoodie anginabo ubufakazi yebo ngiyazi ukuthi wayekhona ke lapho bese indaweni zabo umsolo wesine anginabo ubufakazi ukuthi wayegqokeni ngokufanayo naye umsolo wokuqala ukuthi wayegqokeni nomsolo wesihlanu.
The only description of the alleged suspects, my lord, that is given by the witnesses is insofar as the person with the dreadlocks, where they describe the khaki or brownish jacket, Mr. Makeleni, I think we dealt with him, who identified or assisted rather in the identikit of the second suspect, where he described the black hoodie, which is corroborated by Mr. Zoom. So those are the recollection of the description in terms of the clothing that I recall. I don't recall having evidence that points to what exactly accused 4 was wearing, my lord.
Futhi ke lana esinako ke noma ke ubufakazi ke esinabo ke ukumala nokuthi ke kwagqokweni yini ke egqokiwe lapho ukuthi ke yena ke uMr Makeleni owalekelela ke nowasiza ke ngokuthi kudwetshwe le identikit mayelana ke nalo owayegqoke ihoodie kanye futhi ke naye ke uZungu owakhuluma ke ngayo ihoodie eyimnyama kodwa ke ukuthi umsolo wesine wayegqokeni anginabo lokho bufakazi lokho.
So that's how I could comment on that part, my lord.
Ilakho ke ngakusho ke mayela nalokho.
I just have one comment. I'm having a problem with the line of answering by the brigadier because he's making reference to my client. And there is no question that was asked by my colleague with reference to my client.
He's giving evidence.
To which question?
Which is asked, according to him, he's giving evidence.
I'm not happy.
It's a hypothetical situation. Listen to what I'm saying. If a witness testifies about 4 different people, and he says accused number 1 did this and this and this and that, and it is your client. Should he now, because he's your client, not testify about what number 1 did? He must now jump and say number 2 and 3 did this and this and this and this. Is that how you're raising it?
My lord, I'll leave it like that.
No. Let's debate it. Is that how you're saying evidence should be led?
It was with respect to the questioning by my colleague.
Yes.
Mr. Ramsberg.
I don't control.
He stresses the point. He stresses the point with reference to my client. Instead of answering the question, the direct question that was asked to him.
Sir, they say you are stressing the point about his client.
No, my lord. If I may say, my lord, and this is what I'm saying, the question was put to me, and I started by saying a collaboration, my lord, which is contained in the confession statement of accused 2.
Yes.
And I'm saying, what is it that he's saying? It's not me. It's in the confession where accused 2 says as he ran out, there was accused 4 who went in. I'm not stressing it is contained there, my lord. And I'm saying if you take that context and you take it to what Mr. Ramsipile referred me to, insofar as Ms. Mukiti is saying, I'm saying there's a collaboration. And that is why I'm saying, because we do not know what accused 4 was wearing, one can think that possibly it was him who's wearing a hoodie. That's why I was going with my answer. But I'm simply commenting or responding because the question has been put to me. And I have to comment about these 3 individuals whom Ms. Mukiti saw. And I'm talking about that collaboration.
Sikona-ke ukuthi ngiyagxila noma ngiyagcizelela-ke kuyena umsola wesine, kodwa-ke umbuzo engibuzwayo-ke bese-ke manje-ke kufanele ngikhuluma-ke ngaso istatimende sokukhululuka esenziwa uyena umsola wesibili, ngikhathanisa-ke noma ngihlanganisa nakona lokhu engibuzwa ngako kuthiwa yikona ekushiwo uMiss Mukiti. Ngithi-ke uma kwistatimende sakho number 2 uyasho-ke ukuthi-ke number 4 wangena-ke ngaphakathi, so ngihlanganisa labantu abathathu uMiss Mukiti akhuluma ngabo.
But Brigadier, if you listened to the objection by my colleague Advocate Baloyi, and hence I ran away from the passages that I was reading at the beginning and went for the description. I sought your description, your comment on the description as per Ms. Mukiti. Because Advocate Baloyi says, as to who Ms. Mukiti saw as the first person running, that is an argument that he will make at the end of the case. It is not your duty to draw inferences about the mind of Ms. Mukiti that this person that was running there, therefore exhibit H and JJ, Mukiti says it's that person. It's not her testimony. Hence, Mr. Numalo is not happy because you didn't answer even my question. You went on a drift to show that you can draw inferences, which is not your duty.
No, but my lord, that's not correct. I didn't even utter one word of inference. I was asked a specific question to comment about 3 individuals that Ms. Mukiti referred to.
Yes.
And my response was in relation to 3 individuals as per the confession of accused 2. So I don't understand where am I quoting it correctly, because the question from Mr. Ramsipile, it's in relation to 3 description. I mean, the description given by Ms. Mukiti about 3 different people.
Yes.
And I'm drawing that inference from the confession of accused 2 that relates to 3 different people. How could I be? Because then I don't know how to answer it, my lord, because I was asked a specific question and I answered it in that context.
Ngibuzwe umbuzo othize, lo mbuzo ke futhi ngibuzwa ke ngabantu abathathu uMiss Mukiti akhuluma ngabo noma ke abachazile. Ngase mina ke ngiyakusona istatement lesi sakhe ngithi senziwa umsolwa wesibili. Yilokho ke engiphendulile.
You see, you even use the word, you drew an inference from the statement of accused number 2. I was only asking you because other witnesses have described the person wearing a hoodie as a lean or slim person, tall, slim. Ms. Mukiti describes that person as the one with a bigger physique. That's the invitation I was calling for you to comment on.
No, my lord. Again, I disagree. I think I was even fair to say, insofar as accused 4 is concerned, that I do not have evidence of what he was wearing on that specific day. But my response, my lord, was insofar as the 3 individuals that I'm being asked about, described by Mrs. Mukiti, I'm corroborating that with what is contained in the confession statement, not what I'm thinking or what I'm drawing or trying to think the investigation led me to. I was very specific to say this is what I'm being referred to insofar as Mrs. Mukiti is concerned, Ms. Mukiti, and this is what is contained in the confession statement of Mr. Ramsipile's client. It's specific. It's not an inference that I'm drawing. So my answer was based on those, my lord.
Ekuqaleni ngishilo ke ngaze ngasho ngathi angazi ukuthi wayegqokeni umsolo wesine, kodwa ke uma ngiphendula umbuzo ngalabantu abathathu abachazayo noma abashoyo yena ke uMiss Mukiti, ngase manje ngiyake ngihlanganisa naloko okubhaliwe kwistatement sakhe umsolwa wesibili, hayi ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi, kodwa ke ngihlanganisa lokho akushoyo labantu abathathu abashoyo uMiss Mukiti kanye futhi naloko okubhaliwe kusona istatement sakhe umsolwa wesibili.
My Lord, is an opportune time to take a short adjournment.
Okay, what's the time?
It's 27 minutes past 11.
Okay, 15 minutes.
regarding the rest of the people that were in the house. What decision and why was it taken that an ID parade, they shouldn't come to an identity parade where accused number 2 will be part of the people that are in the lineup so that they can have an independent identification should they identify him at that parade rather than what transpired here in court, him being identified from the dog.
My Lord, like I said, the first part, like I said, the 2 witnesses that are interviewed said they were not 100% certain, so they didn't rule out the possibility, but they also could not confirm that they will be able to identify the accused because of the period that it has taken. And as such, as I said, my Lord, I took statements to that effect. The other assessor said it was procedural-driven investigation. There were guidelines and given as to who we can use and who we cannot use. That's how far I can answer it, my Lord.
Manje ngokumayelana nabanye-ke kwakunganiki ukuthi banganikezwa-ke ithuba-ke noma ukuthi bahambe-ke bayokhomba-ke la umsolo wesibili azoba khona-ke naye basho-ke kunalokho okwenzeka-ke la enkantolo ukuthi-ke bamkhombe bela enkantolo bese ngishilo-ke ukuthi labo babili bona-ke basho-ke babengaqinisekisi ukuthi bangakhomba noma bangangakhombi kodwa basho nje ukuthi abanaso nje isiqiniseko sokuthi-ke bangakwazi ukuthi bakwenze lokho. Abanye-ke ofakazi bese ngishilo futhi-ke ukuthi-ke kwakuxoxisana-ke noma ukukhulumisana-ke nabeshushisi-ke kushiwo ukuthi ubani singabasebenzisa ubani esingabasebenzisi.
Now, if I may assist you, one of these statements, it's A126, and you can find one for yourself. I think A126 is in respect of Tumelo Madala, whom you took a statement from inquiring whether or not he will still be able to identify the perpetrators, and he said that this case has been a while back, the incident happening. Therefore, he was equivocal. In other words, he wasn't sure that he will be able to identify the persons that had allegedly entered the house on the 26th of October 2014.
Yes, my Lord, that's why I'm saying Tumelo Madala do recall, but it didn't say he will not be able to. It was just a middle line to say because of the time period, like you phrasing it, is not certain. It was a 50-50 type of response that he gave, my Lord.
Yebo ukukhuluma lamadala yena ngiyakhumbula-ke nanje babe ngiqeda ukusho-ke kodwa-ke ayibekanga ngale ndlela-ke oyibeka ngayo-ke washo-ke ukuthi ngenxa yesikhathi ngoba-ke kudala lesigameko senzeka.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the issue of the identity kit. We have seen Exhibit BB, which is the identity kit that was compiled on the 29th of October 2014. Did you subsequent to that request warrant officer still come to compile another identity kit with regarding accused number 2?
Yes.
Altering the image now that is Exhibit BB.
No. So the question is twofold, my Lord. The first part, yes, I did contact warrant officer Steenkamp to assist with the photo that I had of accused 2 who was arrested. The second part, not to alter the initial identity kit. It was to say, this is the picture. If I recall, I think the picture was either coming from the identity document after accused 2 was arrested, my Lord. And I asked her if she can take this picture and see if this picture, and if she puts a hoodie on accused 2, will it not be closely resemble the picture or the identity kit that was crafted on the 29th of October 2014. So that was there, but not to replace or alter. So you have 2 submissions. There's this identity kit of the 29th of October 2014, and when I asked her to assist with what I had in seeing that we can see similarities or not from her expertise, my Lord. That's how I asked her.
Uma ngimcela-ke u-warrant officer Steenkamp kwakungasona-ke ukuthi akashintshe-ke isithombe lesiyana nje noma i-identity leyana kodwa kwakusemuva-ke kokuthi eboshiwe umsolo wesibili nganginesithombe-ke enganinaso-ke ngimbuza noma ngimcela-ke ukuthi manje uma esebenzisa lesi sithombe ngicabanga ukuthi-ke sasibuya-ke kuwena-ke umazisi wakhe umsolo wesibili ukuthi uma engasebenzisa lesi sithombe agqokise-ke umsola-ke noma umuntu loyo kuleso sithombe ihudi abone ukuthi ikhona yini angakuthola hhayi ukuthi ashintshe leya identity yayiseyikhona.
The essence of that request, my lord, was to try and ascertain from her whether she can link this photo that we've given to her when the hoodie is inserted with the photo that was crafted or drawn on the 29th of October 2014, my lord.
Manje-ke imbangela-ke noma kwakusemqoka-ke kuleso sicelo kwakuwukuthi-ke kulesi sithombe esimnikeza sona-ke uma manje sesigqokiswe-ke ihudi ngakwazi yini ukuthi-ke manje kube khona akutholayo noma-ke akuhlanganise-ke naleya identity eyayidwetshwe nge-29 zika-October 2014.
Now your index number will be A154.
A154.
Yes. My lord, A154 is another report by Warrant Officer Steenkamp, Amanda Steenkamp, who is the facial image analyst, who also compiled the initial identity kit Exhibit J, from which Exhibit BB was extracted. My lord. And with leave of the court, my lord, was the brigadier has obtained the relevant document from his docket. I beg leave to take him through.
Yes, my lord, I do have 154, A154.
Okay. Now this report was commissioned on the 19th of June 2020 in East London. If you can assist me, Colonel, by going to the commissioning part, who the commissioner was, and the deponent is Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp.
Yes, I don't know this person, but it's someone from East London. It's Alabes Kahmut, looks like that, my lord.
Streicher.
It's Petros Paulos Engelbrecht. Grobelar, yes.
Okay.
Grobelar is a lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
Angmazi-ke lo muntu-ke ukuthi-ke wase-East London Commissioner of Oath, Petrus Paulus Grobelar, Lieutenant Colonel.
Yes, my lord.
I'm going to go through this, Brigadier, and there may have to be a time when we revisit it again, because I forgot in the morning to give it to my learned colleague so that he can scan it, so that the accused person, accused two in particular, could also view this identity kit as you are commenting on it. But I have already consulted with him regarding that. He's aware of this new identity kit, and by new I'm saying subsequent to the one of the 29th of October 2014.
Correct, understood, my lord.
And at page, there's no page number, but the second page will be, and I read, Phosphorus has 63610 of 2014. Hereby, I, Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp, under oath in English, paragraph 1, occupation and position in the South African Police. I am a warrant officer in the South African Police, force number, stationed at the Facial Identification Unit at the local Criminal Record Center in East London, where I am employed as a facial identification specialist with telephone number. Qualifications and experience: I have 28 years service in the South African Police. I am employed as a facial identification specialist at the South African Police Facial Identification Section since 1997. The functions I perform on a daily basis include the following: facial compilations, facial comparisons, facial mappings, two-dimensional facial reconstructions of decomposed bodies, and facial aging. I received training the facial identification functions at the CRC Training Center in Pretoria and facial identification expert status during 1998. I also gave presentation regarding facial comparisons and facial comparison at the facial comparison symposium hosted at the School of Anatomical Science, University of the Witwatersrand on the 1st of March 2015. During 7 August to 13 September 2006, I gave evidence in the South Gauteng in the following cases: the case of State versus M. Koza and 4 others, a medal theft case.
Sorry, why are you reciting all that?
Yes, so my lord, let me go to the relevant part, which is, I'll skip paragraph 3, that it should be mutatis mutandis with this paragraph, same paragraph in Exhibit J. The relevant paragraph is in paragraph 4. On 16 June 2020, I received a request from Colonel Gininda to do an alteration on an image by adding a hoodie and dreadlocks hairstyle to a person of interest. I performed the alteration using Adobe Photoshop C52 or CS2 by adding dreadlocks hairstyle and hoodie with a brush tool. Attached, please find Annexure A, the draft document in brackets that forms part of this affidavit, containing identity kits and control images. Paragraph 5 is the commissioning that we have just referred to. And then page 1, Annexure A, it reads: Phosphorus CAS 636-10-2014. A facial composite is a method of establishing a visual likeness of any person through the verbal description of a witness or victim, and which is built up with the aid of identity equipment by a facial technician. The facial description must be established as well as the modus operandi of the sought person to aid the facial investigation. And it says Annexure A is a draft document for investigation purposes. Page 2 is the suspect information of a person of interest, and page 3 is the identity key, control, and altered image. And page 2 thereof, it's Phosphorus CAS 636-10-24. Mr. Makaleni, residing at Mzamo 3942, compiled the face of suspect B. He saw 3 unknown African males in the vicinity of the gas station busy on their cell phones. Later they saw them outside the house of Kumanos. He saw the suspect B at the gate and gave the following description: plus minus 25 years old, plus minus 1.80 meter tall, slender build, a golden insert in upper teeth, not sure, in brackets, regarding the golden insert in upper teeth, dreadlocks hairstyle, facial hair, mustache and beard. He saw something in his hand that's not sure if it was a firearm. Witness could not compile the other faces. And there's an explanatory with second suspect, identity kit, unknown African male, plus minus 25 years old, slender build, height, plus minus 1.80 meter tall, medium brown complexion, upper teeth, so a golden indent in upper teeth, not sure which side, prominent cheekbones, dreadlock hairstyle, facial hair. And then, as you correctly say, Brigadier, the control image that was used, there are 3 images. The first on the left is the image that is of the image on the left in Exhibit J, and the one in the middle is the actual photo of an extract from accused number 2's ID. And then I think the last image is the one where it was now superimposed or altered using a hoodie.
Correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kulezi ithombe ezintathu ke esibhekile ke lana lesi sokuqala ilena yokuqala ke identity eyenziwa ke noma ke eyayenziwe bese kuthi ke ngaphakathi ke nendawo be isithombe ke sona ke esasetshenziswa esithathwa kuona ke umazisi wakhe umsolo wesibili esesithathu ke ila khona ke esesi manje khona lesi kusetshenziswe lesi siphakathi nendawo se-ID esegqokiswa ihoodie.
And there's also this other one, you have it in front of me.
I think let me just confirm a lot. I have something like that, but it's just that the wording is written differently. But I do have something to this effect, you know, similar to what you have, but I think it's the writing that is slightly different.
Yeah, because this one is an enlarged of this page, and
No,
it says this suspect was standing outside the gate, and the descriptors are the same as in the pages that I've read.
Yes, I'm not sure if. Let me see. I just don't see the word that we've seen, but the picture, yes, there is a picture resembling what I was shown, my lord.
Yes, like I'm saying, this exercise is going to be futile if it's not being there, so that there's no repetition when I ask you to comment on it. I was just placing it on record so that when it's placed there, I've already placed it on record. So I'm going to request that also this one could be done after lunch. I'll ask my learned colleague to scan it for us so that it can be built.
Understood, my lord.
Now, the questions that I can ask from this, whether or not we're going to build this, is what was the necessity of having this second identification altered from DB to this other one now with a control image of his identification document used?
So my lord, there was no intention to alter, it was to compare. So that is the right context. The alteration is insofar as what was provided to warrant officer Steenkamp, and the altering she's talking about is what we provided to her, to put the hoodie and the dreadlocks as is described by Mr. McAllen in order for her expertise. As I said, my lord, the purpose was to see if she can say photo B or the sample that we gave her corresponds with the identity that was taken on the 29th of October 2014. That was the purpose, to say you are an expert, you dealt with this identity on the 29th of October 2014. Here's the picture which does not have a dreadlocks of a person of interest. Can you then alter this picture that we're sending and add the hoodie and the dreadlocks and see if you can match the two? That was the purpose of this exercise, but not to alter the original identikit of 2014, because the comparison was being done in relation to that original identikit, my lord.
Inhloso ke yakhona konke lokho kwakuwukuthi ke unaso ke lesi sithombe noma ke le identikit yange 29 ka October 2014. Manje ke kunalesi sithombe ke sibuya kuyona ke umazisi wakhe ke umsola wesibili. Ukuthi manje nangalendlela ke umakeleni asho ngayo usufake ke ama dreadlocks lawo kanyeke nehoodie ubhekeke ukuthi yini kwakuqhathanisa nje ubhekeke kulokho, kodwa kungasibona ukuthi ushintshe leya identity yange 29 ka October 2014, kodwa uqhathanisa uma manje sekufakwe ama dreadlocks kanye nehoodie.
So the purpose in essence, my lord, was to try and see if we can link conclusively accused to as per the photo that comes from this ID with the identity kit that was drawn on the 29th of October 2014. That was the purpose.
Inhloso ke kwakuwukuthi ke manje sibhekeke ukuthi singahlanganisa ngokuphelele yini ke kuyona ke identity leyana eya nge-29 ka October 2014 kanye nalesi sithombe ke esibuya kona ke umazisi wakhe umsolwa wesibili.
Or exclude him if, for example, the expert says no, there's no such in terms of her expertise, my lord.
noma ke uma ungoti ethi ke cha kulokhu ke sengikwenzile ke lokho kodwa ke ngiyathola noma ngiyabona ke ukuthi cha akuhlangani bese ke eyakhishwa ke awukuthi nje ahlanganiswe kodwa uma kuwukuthi akukho okutholakalayo akhishwe.
Where was accused number 2's identification document taken for it to be supplied to Mr. Nakamba?
It was taken by the arresting officers. As I said, when they arrested him on the said date, my lord, they did let me know. So it was electronically communicated as Warrant Officer Steenkamp was sitting in the western, not the western, the eastern Cape, East London, sorry, in East London, my lord.
Okwenzeka ke ukuthi noma umbuzo uthi ke watholakala kuphi ke umazisi wakhe umsolo wesibili amaphoyisa ke ambopha bangitshela ke base ke futhi ke bedlulisela ke na ngoba ke bakhuluma ke nami bedlulisela ke na ke Warrant Officer Steenkamp owayeseke East London.
And other than Makaleni, and whom we've established now that he's not the person that was in the house, is there any other person that made a statement to the effect that the second intruder wearing a hoodie also had dreadlocks, because the description of dreadlocks from the people in the house only related to the first intruder?
That is correct. All the people in the house relates to the first intruder with the dreadlocks. That's okay. That's what it says. I agree with you.
Yes, but my question,
Ngiyavumelana ke nawe kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke bonke abantu ababesendlini bathi lo owangena qala uyena owayinama dreadlocks.
yes, but my question is this: other than Makaleni, that we know that he was not in the house, are there any other witnesses that describe the person that they saw running wearing a hoodie, having a dreadlocks hairstyle?
My lord, I may speak under correction, but I seem to recall that the statement we dealt with before tea time, often saying, or the record, maybe saying something to that effect, but I'm not sure, my lord. All I can say with certainty is that the people who were in the house only describe the first intruder with dreadlocks, and they don't say the second one had dreadlocks and a hoodie. That's what I can say with certainty. Insofar as to whether there are other witnesses outside, one will have to be have an opportunity to go through all the witness statements and then give a certain answer, so that I don't seem to be saying something that contradicts the docket, my lord.
Ngaphandle kwakhe uMakeleni ingaba bakhona yini abanye ke kulaba ke ababe ngaphandle ke abashoyo noma ke abachaza ngalendlela ke uMakeleni amchaze ngayo ke ukuthi ke lo muntu wayifake ihoodie wayinama dreadlocks laba ababesendlini bona ke mabechaza ke bachaza lo owangenaqala ukuthi uyena nama dreadlocks, kodwa ke kulaba abangaphandle ke kuzofanele umuntu ke abheke ke manje kuzona zonke izitatimende ngingasho ke into engahambelani naloko okubhalwe kulona idokodo.
Now, Ms. Zandile Khumalo and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena testified about a reenactment that occurred around 2016 regarding the events that transpired on the 26th of October of 2014. Are you aware of that reconstruction that was conducted? That was before you even were seized with this matter.
The only construction, and I don't know if I assume I'm assuming, my lord, and I stand under correction. The only thing that I seem to recall, it's where General Mokotedi and I think with Brigadier Modise were involved, where they used actors to try and reconstruct the scene. I'm not sure if
that's the one I'm referring to.
Yeah, I have a recollection of that, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke noma ke umbuzo ke ubuthi ke ngo2016 kula khona ke kwakuyobheka noma ke kuyohlela kuyokwenziwa ke kabusha noma ke reconstructor yona ke indawo yesigameko ngaba uyazini ke ngaloko mayelana nesigameko lesi senzeka ngaso i26 October 2014. Engikhumbulayo ukuthi kwaku General Mokotedi kanye naye ke uBrigadier Modise, ngiyazi ukuthi ke basebenzisa ke ama actors, yebo yiloko ke bengikhuluma ngakho.
And the gist of Ms. Khumalo's testimony, Zandile, is that they were called to 13511 Kutlano Street, Muzama section, for Sloras on that day. And using props, like we say, sort of an acting out and reenactment of that scene. Each person that was in the house in 2014 was called in to say, we've set up the scene, say this thing is Senzo, this one is the intruder, and explain how it transpired. But the gist of why I'm asking you this is, initially, I think at the beginning of the year, or even last year already, I had asked the state to provide us with a copy of the DVD of that reenactment, because I have a statement of a warrant officer Boysen who says he also attended that reenactment. He took videography of that reenactment, copied it into an SD card, and later made into DVD. And I haven't had the benefit of a positive response whether or not that DVD is still available.
My Lord, I'll assist. I suppose then the defense wants to have access to that DVD, so I'll assist. I'll try to go through the electronic data that we received with the docket when I signed for it and identify it and make it available to the defense. So I'll just have to go through the electronic data, my Lord, that was given to us.
Ngingalekelela-ke lapho na njengoba usho ukuthi kwakuna warrant officer Boysen othi naye-ke uyena-ke wayumthwebuli-ke ngalelo langa lelo kwase kuba ne-DVD. Kuzofanele ukuthi ngiyobheka-ke uma ngilekeleleke ukuthi-ke nginikeze ngayo leyo DVD leyo.
That will be greatly appreciated, Brigadier.
No, I'll do my best, my Lord.
Now, yesterday, because we were going up and down, I left, and when we were talking about the incident of the 18th of, we had spoken about the incident of the 17th of June 2020 at the boardroom in Pretoria North, where accused number 2 instructs me that you were present and you say you are not present, that will be something that will be argued, and what transpired in the boardroom. Then on the 18th, we go to Carltonville at Sibanye Gold, where accused number 2 was employed, and you said primarily to check on his alibi that he was at work at the time the incident took place. Is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord, absolutely. But also just to go back on the date of the 17th, my Lord, I seem to recall that it was said, I asked accused 2 to take off his clothing. I'm not so sure whether the
Yes.
top part, to check for tattoos.
Yes.
My Lord, there will be no reason to do that because there is no statement in the docket, and that's why I said I was not there. But even if I parked it, in the docket itself, there's no statement by either the people who were in the house or outside who gave a description of tattoos. So that exercise, even if I was present, I wouldn't ask him to do that because there's no description that is given that the second suspect or even the first suspect had tattoos. You can just, the description in terms of the dreadlocks, the clothing, goes insofar as that, but no description of tattoos was given, my Lord.
Bese kuthi-ke ngazo i-18 zikaJune 2020 wase biwa khona-ke eCarltonville eSibanye ukuyoqiniseka sa-ke la ayesebenza khona-ke noma la athi wayekhona-ke umsola. Kodwa-ke ngicela nje ukuthi ngibuyeleke kuzona-ke i-17 ngoba-ke kukhulunyiwe-ke kwashiwo ukuthi-ke ngazo i-17 ngathi kumsolwa akakhumuleke e-Ethiopia-ke kunubheka amathathu. Ngishilo ukuthi ngangile ngekho lapho, kodwa-ke noma-ke ngingama-ke nje lapho kuthiwe ngangikhona-ke ukuthi yena-ke ngimkhumulise ngithi-ke ngibheka amathathu ngangeke ngikwenze, sasingekho isimo noma isizathu sokwenza lokho ngoba asikho nesodwa istatement sabufakazi esakhuluma ngamathathu. Kwakhulunywa nje ngama-dreadlocks naloko okwakugqokiwe, akukho okwakhulunywa ngamathathu.
My Lord, I beg leave to approach accused number 2. His hand is raised.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. Now, accused number 2, you stated that you then confronted accused number 2 with a copy of the identity kit exhibit BB, and you informed him that the person on the left with a hoodie bore a resemblance to him, right?
Yes, according to my observation. So I was basing that on my observation, my lord.
Yebo ke uma ngiya kuyena ke umsolo wesibili ngithi ke lo muntu engimbona lana ke okulesi sithombe esidwetshiwe noma le identity ufana nawe ke lokho kwaku yiloko engangikubona mina.
And further that you then confronted him and said, I'm sitting with information that shows me that you are a person of interest or a suspect in the Senzo Meyiwa murder case, right?
Yes, I did, but that's not how the sequence is correct. But I think the sequencing is not accurate, my lord. That was put at the beginning, after he was warned according to his rights, and that this assertion that I'm sitting with information that he may be involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, that was put at the beginning. Subsequent to that, then a response was given to me, my lord, that no, he was not there. And I even alluded to the fact that, my lord, it was interesting to me, or I find it interesting in that he was able to specify the specific date of this incident, the 26th of October 2014, that he was at work. And then subsequently, then we followed that alibi, which was found to be false. So that is the sequence that I'm laying. Thereafter, after the alibi was then denied, then the identity kit then kicks in terms of saying my view relating to the identity kit, which was also denied by accused number 2 in terms of him saying it's a mistaken identity. That's how it unfolded, my lord, leading to the identity kit confrontation.
Mina ke ngizoyibeka noma ngizoyisho ke ngokulandelelana kwayo ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ke kwakusekuqaleni ke uma ke la engangi mtshela khona ke ukuthi ke umuntu osolakalayo noma ke umsolwa ke kwisigameko sokubulawa kwakhe ke uSenzo Meyiwa ila asho khona ke ukuthi cha yena ke kwase kusho yena ke ukuthi ke cha ngalo lelo langa yi-26 zika October 2014 yena ke wayesemsebenzini yila manje sesiya khona ke emsebenzini uzoqinisekisa lokho uma sekutholakala ukuthi akusilona ke iqiniso yila khona sengikhipha khona ke manje isithombe noma phecelezi ke i-identity kit nayo ke aphika athi cha kwenziwa iphutha la.
And at Carltonville, where accused 2 was employed, you then attended upon 2 areas. One at Human Resources to find the cloaking records and other related documents regarding the status of whether or not accused number 2 was working first and whether he was at work on the 26th of October 2014, correct?
I don't recall, my lord, that it was 2 places. It was one facility, yes. And Mr. Mulder was having access to the history in terms of the activities regarding accused 2 on the specific date we're inquiring about, and the activities of the cloaking record. That one will see that, my lord, that on the 22nd, when we finalize his affidavit contains the cloaking record of his movement around this period, my lord. So it was Mr. Mulder who actually was able to gain us access to those activities.
Umuntu ke owakwazile ukuthi ke asitholeleke noma ke asitholeleke isikhathi ke soko noma ke ukuthi ke wayesemsebenzini ngalelo langa ke umsola wesibili nokuthi ke ukuhamba noma ke ukloka kwenzeka kanjani ungena kanye nokuphuma emsebenzini kwakuyena ke uMr. Mulder.
Yes, when I say you went to 2 separate departments at Sibanye Gold, didn't you also attend to the hospital section also to obtain medical records for whatever purposes your investigation directed you to?
No, I don't recall that, my lord. The examination where I was present when accused 2 was examined was on the 22nd, after he made appearances on the charge of possession in Northwest, and subsequently then I think we went to Dr. Tokwe. That's my recollection, and that is where the dental report was given.
Mina ke ngikhumbula engangikhona ke kwakungazo 822 kwakusemuva kokuthi ke bingelele imantshi ke ummangalela enkantolo kwasekiwa kuyena ke khona eNorthwest kwasekiwa kuyena ke udokotela uXhokwe.
Now, just touching on that one, then we'll continue with this aspect of the visit to Sibanye Gold. The issue of the golden tooth, where accused 2 is now taken to Dr. Hlokwe. Other than Makaleni, the witnesses in the house who described a second intruder as tall, dark, wearing a hoodie, did they also describe that that intruder had a golden insert on his teeth?
No, my recollection, my lord, is that there may be one statement that identifies the first intruder as having a gold tooth, but then I think that statement was then supplemented by that person, I think, saying he's not sure. I think it could be Ms. Sandy Kumalo, but I stand under correction. But I can also, after lunch, be specific, my lord. But there is a statement to that effect, but it refers to the first intruder. That is insofar as the people who were inside the house.
Cabanga ukuthi ke sikhona ke istatement la abantu ke ababesendini ke bashoyo ke ukuthi lo waqala ke waye nezinyo legolide kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke kwakuyena uMzandi Khumalo kodwa ke ngizobheka ke uqinisekisa ukuthi ikona ke lokho engikushoyo kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi kamuva ke wayese eshintsha ke noma ke eshintsha leyo nkulumo leyo.
Okay, now let's revert back to Carltonville. Accused number 2 instructs me that at Carltonville, indeed, he led the investigative team to his shaft where he worked, and token records and other HR-related documents were obtained. And thereafter, he was taken to the hospital section because there was an issue to check whether the accused had had an injury during a mining accident that the investigative team wanted to follow. And if also I'm correct, Sergeant Mohane testified to that effect that accused 2 was taken to the hospital section of the mining complex for that purpose.
My lord, if he was taken, and if Sergeant Mohane testified to that effect, it would have been before I arrived. When I arrived, as I said, my lord, the sequence of events were exactly as to where he was. Alibi followed, found to be false, identikit, which was then denied by him. I warned him according to his rights. Then as I was leaving, I was then called back by one of the members, and that led now to the confession, my lord. And after we had agreed that he is prepared to make a statement to an independent police officer, I departed with Sergeant Mkhula. So there was no other activities where I went to attend to with accused number 2. The only encounter that I had with him, insofar as the medical section is concerned, it's with the doctor, this Dr. Hlokwe, on the 22nd. That was the following Monday of June 2020, my lord.
Kumago ukuthi ke uno Sergeant Mohane wethule ubufakazi ke mayelana nalokho ukuthi ke bamhambisa ke aya esibhedlela noma ke emtholampilo khona lapho emayini akuthi ke lokho kwenzeka mhlambe ngingekafiki ke mina ke ngalendlela engichaze ngayo ukuthi ke kwenzekani ukuthi ke kuyobhekwa ukuthi wayesemsebenzini kwatholakala ukuthi wangasilona iqiniso lelo ngase ngikhipha ke isithombe noma ke phecelezi ke identikit naye IP ke uma sengihamba ke ila ngibizwa khona elinye lamalunga ukuthi kutholakala ukuthi ke khona ke akusho lokho akushoke kwaholela ekuthini ke manje sekufanele ayokwenza ke istatement sabe sesiyahamba ke mina naye ke umukhula akukho okunye ke engakwenza ke kanye naye ngalelo langa.
Okay, now with respect to now that aspect of you arranging that a statement be obtained from accused number 2 because he had made certain utterances. Accused number 2 will testify, and he has already said in the trial, within the trial, that at Sibanye Gold, you did not confront him with Exhibit BB, the identity kit, but rather you confronted him with a photo that is part of Exhibit S that will be photo 47, which depicts a red motor vehicle with persons around, and in the background on the other side of the car there is a person wearing blue clothing with a cap.
No, that's absolutely not correct, my lord. My lord, and I think I dealt with this part yesterday when I was dealing with the issue of the see-through bag. The downloads, insofar, because what is referring to is contained in the downloads of accused number 3 cell phone. That picture with the red car, it's a sedan and there are people appearing there. That picture, my lord, was found in the downloads of accused number 3. Now, I indicated that on the 16th, we were not in sight of accused 3, 4, and 5. It is after the confession of the 19th, and obviously him talking to me on the 18th and subsequently it being written down on the 19th and 24, that the analysis towards accused 3 in terms of the case number, the firearm that was seized from him, exhibits taken from him, were actually paid attention to. Now the statement from the downloader, this is now Sergeant Mabasa, from Brixton, where the downloads of accused 3 were contained, was only made available or commissioned on the 17th of August 2020. So I could not have shown him, the essence of what I'm saying, my lord, I could not have shown him a photo that is contained in the downloads of accused 3 cell phone because I was not in possession of those downloads. The first data came to me around August 2017 when I received it from Sergeant Mabaso. Then subsequently, then the analysis was done by Kenneth Stein. So that is not correct. I was not in possession of that picture.
Actually, ngiqiniso ke uma ngabe ethi mina ke angizange ngize noma ke uma ngiza kuyena ke ngeza ke nginalesi sithombe lesi esasinemoto ebomvu kunabantu abami kuyona ke kunomuntu ome ngasemuva ke ogqoke impahla noma eziblue ngombala ngoba ke okwenzeka ngaleso sikhathi leso ke akukho enganginakho noma ke engangikwazi noma ekwakukhomba umsolo wesithathu wesine umhlolo wesihlanu okwenzeka ukuthi leyo picture noma ke leso sithombe akhuluma ngaso isithombe esikuma downloads omakhalekhukhwini akhe umsolwa wesithathu futhi ke istatement engasithola sakhe uMabasa okuyena wase Brixton okuyena owenza lo ma downloads kwasangasithola nge-17 zika August ngo-2020 ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ngikhuluma naye umsolo wesibili lawo ma downloads lawo ngangingenawo.
And my lord, I even said that is why I had no knowledge of this see-through bag when we went to interview accused 3 on the 30th of June, because accused 3 was interviewed and measured on the 30th of June 2020, because I did not have that see-through bag picture and the linkages even when we went to interview him. So on the 17th or 18th rather, when I came across accused 2, I had no access to the downloads in that picture.
Futhi ke nanjengoba ke i-interview noma ke inhlolo khona engayenza naye umsolo wesithathu yange-30 zika June 2020 akukho nengakhuluma naye mayelana nalesiya naleliya saka ke lalinemali leli elibonakalayo ke noma ukubonayo ngaphakathi kulona ukuthi linani ngoba ke lawo ma-downloads lawo ngangingenawo. Ukusho ukuthi ngazo i-18 zika June 2020 uma ngikhuluma naye umsolo wesibili lawo ma-downloads lawo ngangingenawo noma lezo ithombe lezo ngangingenawo.
Let me just correct myself, Brigadier, because accused 2 has just mouthed to me to say, in fact, it was not at Carltonville when you confronted him with this photograph. It was at Pretoria North, SAPS, on the 17th of June 2020 in the boardroom. And he says specifically that it is you who showed him this picture with the person in the background with a cap with insignia that I cannot see, that is slightly bent, to say this person is accused number 2.
No, but my lord, that's misleading. That's not correct. The same explanation I gave applies to the 17th of June. As I said, the only time the name of accused 3 came into our picture was on the 18th, not even on the 17th, because I didn't see the accused on the 16th, accused 2. I didn't see him on the 16th, I didn't see him on the 17th. The only time I came across accused 2 for the first time was the 18th. So there is no way I would have shown him this picture on the 17th because it was not even in possession of this team. We're not even aware because accused 3 was not on site as part of the persons of interest. So it's not true, my lord.
Axolona iqiniso noma ke uye walungisa ke ummeli uthi cha uye wamlungisa ke umsentanzi ukuthi cha lesi sithombe lesike kwakunge 17 zika June 2020 ePretoria North kule boardroom la ubrigadier akutshengisa khona ke uthi ke ubrigadier nalapho ke lokhu achazile ke ngaphambili kuseyikona ke ukuthi ke nge16 akabonanga nge17 akabonanga kwakunge 18 zika June 2020 uma ekhuluma nawe ke la okuqala khona ke manje esezwa ke ngaye umsolwa wesithathu noma ke ukhuluma ngaye umsolwa wesithathu usho ukuthi ke ngazo i17 zika June 2020 bangeke kwenzeke ukuthi wayengakhombisa lesi sithombe ngoba kwakungekho nje awayenakho noma awayekwazi ngaye umsolwa wesithathu.
Now on this particular picture, photo 47 of Exhibit S, during Constable Zungu's evidence, he was also led by my learned colleague, Advocate Baloi, regarding this picture. And his testimony was on the 7th of September 2023, and it will be at page 10. And it will be the specific section that I want to go to is line 19 of page 10 going on to page 11 up to the top of page 12.
Yes, my lord. My lord, just to add on, to qualify what I was referring to with regard to the events of August. Now, in the statement which was discovered to the defense, A194, is the statement of Sergeant Mabasa, the downloader. Yes. Paragraph 5, my lord. In fact, even on this date, he was still doing the downloads. Paragraph 5 of A194 reads as follows, my lord. On 2020-08-17, at about 11:17, I received a CD from the phone downloads office with a computer folder marked Cleveland Case 962-2015. This is the case, my lord, when we're doing the analysis on accused 3, we picked him up on, testify about this. Containing a phone download information, the computer folder contained 3 X-ray files that contain the information of 1 phone, 1 SIM card, and 1 memory card. The information in the XRY format cannot be tampered, edited, or manipulated. Paragraph 6, the information contained in XRY file was as follows: Samsung GT E2220, cell phone number 072-766-8169. This number, my lord, is the one that I said we're able to link it to accused 3, show that this was his downloads. Then there's email number 359-796050297902, IMSI 655012249151373, and a memory card that belongs to Mtobisi Gadam Ngube, suspect linked to Phosphorus 636-10-2014 as directed by Colonel Geninda. That is the essence of what I'm saying, my lord, that these activities regarding this only took place later in August. So there is no way, and this picture that was displayed here, my lord, is contained here. So in June, I did not have access to this information. It was only made to me available later, so I could not have shown him this picture.
Kuloko aqeda ukufunda ke ubrigadier uchaza ke ukuthi lesi sithombe ke besitshengisiwe ke lana ngokwalokhu okubhaliwe ke lana istatement sakhe uSergeant Mabasa uA194 esiyasho ke ukuthi nge-17 zika August ngo-2020 isikhathi kwaku-11:17 ngathola i-CD kuma phone downloader kwi-office ke ama phone downloader yayine computer folder eyayimakwe uCleveland Case 9602-2015 yayine phone nemniningwane yokudownloada kwe-phone kanye futhi ke i-computer folder leyo yayine ma XRY files amathathu ayinale mininingwane, i-phone eyodwa, i-SIM card eyodwa kanye ne-memory card eyodwa. Futhi ke leyo information noma ulwazi olulapho ke kuleyo XRY alikwazi ke ukuthi ke lungashintshwa noma kube khona okwenziwayo kulona. Point 6 uthi ke information elapho kuleyo XRY file ile landelayo kwakuyi Samsung GT E2220, 072 inumber 7668169 wasechaza-ke ukuthi-ke ileyo number leyo-ke lesathola-ke kuphenyo ukuthi kwakuyinumber yakhe umsolo wesithathu we-IMEI 3597960502 kanye ne-IMSI number kanye futhi-ke ne-memory card ekuyeka Mthobisi Gadla Mncube Msolwa hlanganiswa necala u-Phosphorus case 63610-2014. Uthi-ke lokho-ke ngikuthola-ke kuyena uBrigadier Gininda bese chaza kuBrigadier ukuthi iloko-ke engikushoyo ukuthi-ke ngalesikhathi kakhuluma ngaso umsolwa wesibili ngoJune noma i-17 zikaJuni-ke lokhu ngangekabi nako kwatholakala kamuva.
And this statement, my lord, just to end the last part, was then was made by Sergeant Mabaso and commissioned on 2020 August the 17th at 14:23, my lord.
Same day.
Yes, 17th
When he
August.
says he actually downloaded it.
Yes, same day, my lord. But it's August 2020,
Yeah, yeah, fine.
17. Same day, my lord. Yes.
Kodwa-ke wasisi-commissioner ngalelo langa-ke ngazo i-17th ka-August 2020.
My Lord, it's just gone 1 o'clock. Is it an opportune time to take the lunch
Okay.
agenda?
Yeah, then until 2 then.
Brigadier, just before the long adjournment, I had referred you to photo 47 depicting persons, and in the background, a person wearing a cap. And the proposition that I put to you was that accused number 2 instructed me and will tell this court that you had told him that the person in the cap, it's him.
But that, as I said, my lord, that's misleading. That's not true. I did not have access to this photo on the 16th or 17th of June, and I didn't see accused 2 on the 17th of June 2020, my lord.
Lokho-ke ukuthi-ke ngathi-ke na umhlolo wesibili uyena loyana uzoba-ke akhuluma iqiniso enkantolo, futhi-ke isithombe lesi nge-16 ne-17 sikaJune ngangingenaso, futhi-ke angizange ngimbone umsola ngalezo insuku lezo noma ngazo i-17.
Now, in this evidence in chief, Constable Zungu, on the 7th of September 2023, and that will be found, like I said, from page 10, 11, and up to the beginning of page 11. He also, when he was shown this picture, and has to comment on it by my learned colleague, Advocate Baloi, he said that the person wearing a cap is Mafika, and he said by Mafika, it's accused number 2's nickname.
My lord, I'm aware that Mafika is associated, the name Mafika is associated with accused 2. But the person with the cap, like I said, my lord, I did not have access to it in June. But even when I had access to this album in later in August 2020, this picture was not shown to accused 2 because we're done. We're past with the issues of engaging that took place on the 18th of June 2020. So I've never, the only form of a picture that I've shown him is the identikit that was displayed before court, my lord, and that was the 18th of June 2020. That is how far I went. I went insofar as showing accused 2 anything that or that resembles a picture. Other than that, my lord, it was confessions on the way, and we're done basically with engagements insofar as the investigation is concerned with him directly.
Ngiyazi ukuthi ke igama uma fika hlanganiswa nayo umsolo wesibili, futhi ke nangenkathi sengithola ke i-album lena ngo-August ka 2020 angaze ke ngikhombise noma ngimtshengise lesi sithombe ke, futhi ngaleso sikhathi ke ngasengiqedile ke kwaku ama confessions ke ase ethathwa ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And up to today, my lord, sitting here, standing here in court, I can't say that the person with the cap is accused 2. I can't see that person. So this picture did not play any significant role insofar as the investigation is concerned, even when I received this downloads, my lord.
Futhi ke nanjengoba ngimi la angikwazi ke ukuthi ngisho ukuthi loya muntu ke ugqoke ikepusi uyena umsola wesibili ke, angimazi loya muntu loyana, kuze kube manje ke phenyo lolu ke isithombe lesi ke akukho esidlalile noma ke obekumqoka ngaso kuphenyo.
And when I say role, my lord, I'm referring insofar as accused 2, which is a different story with accused 3 insofar as the person holding a can on the right hand side. And I think I've dealt with this in evidence in chief. But insofar as accused 2, there's no role that this picture played my role in my investigation. I'm talking about me now.
Ngikhuluma ke ngomsolo wesibili ke, kodwa ke kuyehluka ke uma ukhuluma ke ngomuntu ke ophethe ke ithini kwisandla sabo sokudla umsolo wesithathu. Ngikhuluma ngami ke manje noma uphenyo lwami.
During your consultations with Constable Zungu, was this picture shared and shown to Constable Zungu?
I will not recall, my lord. One will have to go through his statements. I don't recall, my lord.
Kuzofanele ke ngiyobheka istatement sakhe uZungu ukubheka ukuthi ngakhuluma yini naye noma ngamtshengisa yini lesi sithombe, angikhumbuli.
When I cross-examined Constable Zungu regarding this picture and his assertion that the person in the background with a cap and blue clothing was accused number 2, he then changed text to say that he's now not sure that this is accused number 2, and later on said that in fact, he did discuss this picture with you, and I think Sergeant Mohani was present when he was compiling his statement, because in his statements, amongst other things, he refers to photograph numbers when he identifies the people, and I was quite shocked that how can a witness who says he's independent, he shows photographs and identifies people by photographs, because that should be done from his memory of the incident if his memory is not fabricated.
No. Look, my lord, I do know that we engage with him insofar as the photo album is concerned, but like I said, I can't say for the fact or dispute as to what whether this photo is covered in Constable Zungu's statement. I can't. I'm not saying it's not. If he says, if himself he says it is, I've got no reason to doubt his evidence, my lord.
Uma sikhuluma naye ke nanjengoba usho ukuthi wathi ke lesi sithombe lesi kwakuyimina ke nomukhanye sakhombisa sona ke uma kuyinto ayishoyo ke leyo angeke ngiphikisane ke nayo ke kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi nje ialbum yona ke sahlala ke phansi sikhuluma noma simkhombisa yona.
Now, just to clarify one point, Colonel, the ID kit that you requested, Ms. Tienkam, now in East London, not the J, Exhibit J, the one that I introduced where the control image used was the identity document of accused number 2. When in her statement she says, you requested her to make an alteration on an image, and you said something else regarding the use of the word alteration.
No, I said exactly what she's saying. But what I was the part that I was explaining, my lord, is that because that's how I understood the proposition being made to me, that it sounded as if I made a request to Warrant Officer Steenkamp to do alterations in the original identity kit, and I was simply explaining that the original identity kit that was composed or drawn on the 29th of October 2014 remained original. There was no request for her to work on that. It's only the soft copy of the ID copy that was found, the identity document that was found in possession of accused 2 when he was arrested, that she was asked to add the dreadlocks as per the identification of Mr. Makaleni and the hoodie to see if that alterations, those additions, will match the identity kit that was drawn on the 29th of October 2014. So that's what I was saying, that the alteration or the work that she did was not insofar as the original drawing, it was insofar as the picture that was sent to her, because in that picture accused 2 does not have a hoodie, does not have anything that resembles dreadlock. It's just a picture of an ID. So we ask her to say, if you put this thing, can you then try and match and tell us if this is one and the same person? That was the purpose of the exercise, my lord.
Uma ke ngimcela ke uyena ke Warrant Officer Steenkamp kwakuyekona ke ukuthi akashintshe umdwebo lowana ke woqala noma ke identity manje ke sekutholakele isithombe ke lesi se-ID ke nomsolo wesibili kwakuwukuthi ke manje lapho akafakanga hoodie akafaka akanawo futhi nama dreadlocks ukuthi ke manje ase uma efake lokho ke ihoodie kanye nama dreadlocks kube abeseqhathanisa ke nale identity eseyikhona abheke ukuthi yini angayithola.
And now let us go to that particular identity kit where the control image used was the ID. I've requested my learned colleague to download it for us so that it can be beamed. So I request that it be beamed, and then we can take it through that.
Okay.
Just go to the photo from perspective. Now, this is the ultimate Photoshop Adobe that was used by Warrant Officer Steenkamp, and as I was reading and taking you through before it was beamed. On the left, will you agree with me that it's the same picture that forms part of Exhibit BB depicting the sketch of the person on the left in Exhibit BB?
Yes, I'll agree with you, man.
Yebo ke left isketch ke lesiyana sikuya no exhibit BB noma ke umdwebo lo identified le yenziwa.
And in the middle, it's the extract from the actual ID document of accused number 2.
Correct, my lord.
Bese kuthi maphakathi nendawo ke isona ke isithombe lesiya samazisi wakhe umsolo wesibili.
And then finally on the right will be, I believe, Warrant Officer Steenkamp will come and testify about that. That is now the Photoshop of the middle picture superimposing the ID with the hoodie and the dreadlocks hairstyle, although the dreadlocks are not quite visibly clear on the picture on the right.
Yes, that's the report she gave me. I agree, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke kusanda sokudla ke ilesithombe ke sayo ke ID bese kufakelwe nayo ke ihoodie kodwa ke ama dreadlocks wona awabonakala. Yebo ubona umbiko anginikeza wona loyo.
Now, as a lead investigator who relied on Makalene's statement, who introduced the second intruder or suspect B, wearing dreadlocks, having a golden insert on his tooth. Remember, I asked you a question when you were looking at Exhibit BB, and in particular the picture on the left here and the sketch on the left in Exhibit BB. You were giving pointers to see what can you see and describe protruding on the left and right hand side of that picture. Remember that question?
I do remember, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke kuthiwa ke angikhombe ke la kulesi ke isithombe ukuthi ke la emaceleni ke kuveleni noma yini ebonakalayo.
Now, with the benefit of your request to Mrs. Steenkamp and the statement that you relied on of Makaleni regarding the photo on the left, although it's not that clear as in BB, can you then describe what you observe on the left and right hand side of the features in the first photograph? Maybe you can go to BB because it's much clearer than this.
What I observe?
Yes, this here.
On the side?
On the sides, yes.
I can't see clearly, my lord. I mean, I
Yes,
can look
as I
at,
said,
yeah,
perhaps if you go to BB and Mr. Siwanda, please assist me with what you can see.
yeah, I can't see clearly.
Yeah.
But what is prudent to mention, my lord, this exercise was not for me to make finding. It
Yeah,
was
sure.
to get the expertise of the expert to say what is her finding. That was the essence of this exercise.
Kulokhu kwakungasimina ke ukuthi ke ngitholani ke kodwa kulona owungoti noma ke onolwazi ke lana ukuthi ke yini yena ayitholayo.
Yes, here your observation, the photo on the left, and to my question, what do you observe?
I do, well, I see the similarities with the previous photo, my lord, and I suppose what appears to be the darkish stripes on the left hand side, just below, just next to the cheeks, left and right hand side. I don't know, maybe
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
where the question is going, yes.
Ngiyabona ke lesi sithombe ke nalesi esindlulile ke nalokho ke ekusemaceleni ke kuma kuyinhlangothi zombili.
And you said, what did you observe? Sorry, I missed that, Brigadier. I missed that.
Which part?
The one that you have just described now, what you see on the left and right
Well,
hand side of
I'm saying the similarities of this picture on the left hand side. I mean, this picture on the left hand side is similar to the one that we just saw, where there's 3 pictures of the same person. But here it's clearer that on both left and right hand side, there's sort of like blackish marks, if I can call it, which it was put to me, my lord, that is like dreadlocks protruding on the left and right hand side. So that's what I can see.
Engikubonayo ke la ukuthi lesi sithombe ke nalesi ke esindlulile la bekunomuntu oyedwa ke kodwa kuyithombe ezintathu kodwa ke lana ke kunalokho ke okumnyama noma ke ama marks abonakalayo ku left nanga ku right. lokho obekushiwa ke mina ukuthi ama-dreadlocks, bakubukeka ngama-dreadlocks.
And with people in the house having not described the second intruder or suspect B to Mrs. Steenkamp, what was the purpose now of you requesting her to do that alteration with the superimposed identity document?
Yeah, so my lord, I think we dealt with this part, and we can go through the statement of each and every person that was in the house. I did indicate that as much as Mrs. Steenkamp said they did not, Warrant Officer Steenkamp to be precise, did not mention the contribution which was attributed by the people who were in the house. If you look at their statements, the statements of the people who were in the house, they do give a description of the second suspect in terms of being skinny, tall. That is there. I went through that exercise now during last time because you said we must check as to even if anyone from the neighbors described seeing people running out of the house.
We'll come to that. Finish this one.
Yes, yeah, I'm finishing there. I'm not going there. I just want to give you the context that in that process, then I had the opportunity to go through the statements as I was doing that exercise of the people who were in the house. They do give a description of the second suspect, my lord, in terms of being skinny and tall, and we can go through each and every one of those people who are in the house. There is the description. It's just that Warrant Officer Steenkamp, in her summary, she puts Makaleni insofar as the identification of the second suspect, but the people in the house. In fact, my lord, I also saw the statement of Zandi, who says in that statement, her initial statement, she can identify the second intruder specifically. She's very specific, and we can refer the court to the paragraph where she says this.
Manje ke njengoba ke abantu laba babesendlini ke kungekho ke abakusho ke noma ke abamchazanga ke lo owesibili umsola kuyena ke uSteenkamp kwakuyini ke inhloso noma injongo yalokhu ngibhekile ke njengoba bukushilo ukuthi angibheke noma ngibuke istatement ke zalaba ababesendlini ke bayachaza ke noma ke bengashonga ke noma ke bengungabhalwanga ke kuyena iwarrant officer Steenkamp kodwa kuyistatement zabo noZandi futhi ngisibhekile istatement sakhe la ashoyo ke khona ukuthi lo owesibili umsola ngingamkhomba yena ke bayamchaza lapho ukuthi ke kwawumuntu nje onomzimba omncane futhi ke emude.
So to be more precise, my lord, 813 of the disclosure, the discovery that we made, is a statement of Zandi Kumalo. And paragraph 11, it's where she says, she describes the second intruder and she says she can be able to identify this person if she sees her again. It's paragraph 11, and the statement is 813 in the docket.
Kwi-statement ke eyikhona ke bona bameli kusona kulona idokotela u813 uparagraph 11 ila ashoyo ke khona ke ukuzandi ukuthi ke angamkhomba.
And that statement of Ms. Kumalo that you referred to, 813, was made on the 27th of October 2014, correct?
I am not sure about the date, my lord. One will have to. Let me just get to it now, my lord.
Angisekanga ke ngedate ukuthi senziwa nge-27 October 2014.
Yes, 27 October 2014. That is correct, my lord.
Wait,
At
can you say?
1400 hours.
Nge-27 October 2014 isikhathi ngo-2 1400.
And the ID parade, I mean the ID kit compilation, do you know when that happened?
29, it was the 29th of October. That's my understanding. 29th of October 2014.
I-ID kit yona ke yenziwa nge-29 October 2014.
So a day apart from making her contemporaneous statement whilst the events are still fresh in her mind, a day later, having said in her statement, I can identify the second person, she sits with the sketch artist, yet she cannot even give the barest of descriptions.
I think, my lord, in fairness to Ms. Zandi, that is a terrain that can be, I think, embarked on with her and Warrant Officer Steenkamp, because I was not there.
wenze istatement sakhe ke nge-27 la ashoyo ke 27 October 2014 uyasho ukuthi angamkhomba kodwa ke nge-29 ke makwenziwa ke le sketch akakwazi ke nokuthi amchazeke lapho kuyena warrant of sustained income. Cabanga ukuthi lokho ke ngoba ke ngangekho mina lapho yinto ke leyo engakhulunywa naye ke uZandi kanye naye warrant of sustained income.
Because subsequent to this statement, my lord, in other statement that she made, there is nowhere where she had said she has now changed her mind and she can't identify the person.
Ngoba ke emuva kwalesi statement la ashoyo khona ukuthi angamkhomba asikho ke istatement ajikileke noma ashintshile kusona ukuthi cha manje sengishintsha umkhondo angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngimkhombe.
Just bear with me. I want to see the evidence of Ms. Khumalo on the 19th of July 2023.
Yes.
What she testified about, and it's encapsulated at page 34. It's not a long thing that I'm going to read. Ms. Khumalo says, and it's at line 23, page 34. On the second one, I then mentioned that he was tall, he had a beard, and I added his complexion. And Master Waloi asked, what was the complexion? She says, he was not light in complexion, he was not dark. That is the evidence in this court. Even this evidence, but like we say, the terrain that I'll argue, it's a generic and a vague description by her. There are no facial identifying features, except to state that he's got a beard, he's tall, he was wearing a hoodie, and he was dark, not dark. There are no unique identifying descriptors given by Zandile in her testimony, but that's not for you to answer. I'll argue that point.
Agreed, my lord.
Now, the witnesses that were in the house, now we are at the scene. They describe how this incident happened, that two intruders come in, the one in front is short, is dark, got shiny skin, dots on his face, high cheekbones, dark in complexion, dreadlocks reaching up to the neck level. And I'm doing this deliberately because as they were testifying, they were gesturing by doing this, some of them. And that one is the first one to enter. He is in possession of a firearm. He then demands a second suspect who's much taller than the first one that entered, and they give that generic description that I've just given you.
Correct, my lord.
He was tall, wearing a hoodie, he was dark.
That's correct, my lord.
But what I really want to lead to, that evidence is on record. What is pivotal is that they state that Longwetwala at some stage, after the demand for cell phones and money is made, stands up, confronts the one with the firearm, that is the short one in dreadlocks, pushes him away, and then runs out of the house.
That is correct. I do have a recollection of that, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke lokho ukuthi ke basho ke noma ke bashiwo ke ukuthi ke sebengenile ke laba babili ke bebachazile ke uLongo wasesukuma eyakulona ke umfishane ophethe isibhamu wampushela ke eceleni wabe seyaphuma.
Now I don't want, like I said, to belabor that evidence, it's of record. What I want to know is that, is there a statement or evidence that you are aware of to the effect that when Longwe ran outside, he saw the other perpetrators, that would be the lookouts at the window outside at the yard. Is there a statement to that effect?
No, there isn't.
Engifisa ke ukuthi ngikwazi kwena ngaba sikhona yini statement esishoyo ukuthi esephumelele ulonge ngaphandle wahlangana ke nabanye laba ababemi phandle ke endlini bona bebhekileke cha asikho.
Now let's go to the point that you said you're going to we're going to verify. Are there statements of witnesses that says we saw people after the first shot or second shot or third shot, whatever shot, run out of Makumalo's household into the street and going whatever direction that they were going? Is there such a statement?
So, yes, my lord. So the first one that, well, the docket is voluminous, I think the court can see. So I've not exhausted all the searching, but the first one that I could come across that says that exactly is the one of Makaleni, that is A11.
Yes.
And in paragraph 3, he says specifically that he saw 3 black male running away from Kumalo's house. Specifically, he specifies that, and it's A11 in the docket, and that is in paragraph 3.
Ngisitholile istatement ke ilesi ke sakhe uMakeleni esishoyo ukuthi wabona ke abalisa abathathu bephuma ke kwamakhumalo bebaleka.
And he says one was armed with a firearm. That's how far he takes it, my lord.
Uthi ke oyedwa kubona ke wayenesibhamu.
Okay. And then that one was armed with a firearm. In compilation of this identity kit with Warrant Officer Steenkamp, she says that firearm, he says, or he places that firearm in the hands of the person that is depicted on the left of the picture, according to the descriptor given in the identity kit, correct?
I think let's go there, so,
Yeah.
so that I don't say, is it A46?
It's I think it's A46.
Yes,
correct,
A46.
yeah. A46.
I've got it, my lord. I just want to read and make sure that we're on the same page.
I think when he says he was having something in his hands that looked like a firearm.
Yes, that is correct, my lord. It does say witness saw something in his hand that could have been a firearm. That's correct, my lord.
Kuyebo kuyiqiniso ke kubhaliwe ke la ufakazi wabona ke into esandleni sakhe okwakungaba yisibhamu.
Okay. Now you also testified that from, I think it's the reading of it, and you will correct me because that's a bit fuzzy now in my mind. A statement of Longwetwala that he, after the shots were fired, or the first shot was fired, he then ran back into the house. Correct me if I'm wrong on that aspect.
No, I don't think I don't think we went that far insofar
Yes.
as Longwe is concerned.
Okay.
We when we dealt with Longwe, it was insofar as his description
Oh,
of the revolver.
No.
That's how far we went.
Uma besikhuluma ke ngolongwe ke sikhulume la achaza khona noma asho khona isibhamu noma ke akhuluma ngerevolver.
No, I recall now. You said you were referring to either HH and JJ when you were speaking about collaboration. I don't know whether that word is collaboration or corroboration, but you said, according to one of those statements, HH and JJ, the accused number 2 says when he was running out after the first shot, another of the co-perpetrators then ran into the house.
Correct.
Yes.
Ngikushilo ukuthi inkathi ke umsolo wesibili ephuma ke noma ukuthi isibhamu sikhumile koqala omunye ke yena ke wangena ngaphakathi endlini.
Now, the evidence of Zandile Khumalo on that aspect, and that will be found at page 56 of the transcript of the 18th of July 2023 is to this effect. I'm not going to read that. I'm just going to paraphrase. Is that after the phone from her mother, now that is the S4 phone belonging to Kelly Kumalo, was taken by the intruder with a firearm, that will be the one with dreadlocks. She was in the bathroom and she was fearful that perhaps this intruder will come for me. So she peeped through the bathroom door and she saw that after he took the phone, he immediately left. And within seconds, she left the bathroom, the confines of the safety of the bathroom, went to where she saw Senzo running from the kitchen towards the corner of the dining room with Kelly and the mother at the corner, and nobody else came in thereafter.
My Lord, so I think the difficulty I'll have with with that evidence, I was not in court, so it will be really difficult because I don't know how the question was asked and answered. All I can say, my Lord, is that there is evidence in the confessions, or rather it is alleged in the confession of accused 2, that when I think the first shot and the second shot that hit the deceased, he ran out. It is contained there. It's not what I'm saying or assuming. And then he said, as he was running out, the one of his co-accused, and he mentions it, my Lord, it's also the accused 4, went in, and then he ran into the car where he joined accused 5, and later he was joined by the other accused. That's what he says, my Lord. So that assertion is coming from that angle, my Lord.
Uzandi Khumalo ubufakazi bakhe ke uthi ke wabaleka ke wayoqasha ke ebathroom walunguza ke khona ke wathatha ifoni kuma wakhe wasephuma ke yila khona ke yena ke aphuma khona ke ebathroom wabona ke uSenzo ebaleka ke akukho la asho khona ukuthi kunomuntu omunye owangena. Mina ke ngangekho enkantolo, angazi ukuthi umbuzo wabuzwa kanjani kuyena wasephendula kanjani, kodwa ke statement sakhe umsolo wesibili la agonyuluka khona ke uyena oshoyo ukuthi emuva kokuthi sibhamu siqhumeka koqala noma kwesibili ke la esashaya khona umufi yila aphuma khona yena ke omunye walapha ayahamba nabo ke wangena ngaphakathi umsolo wesine uyamusho yena uyamchaza wabe yena ke eseyongena emotweni la ahlangana khona ke nomsolo wesihlanu base nabanye bayeza.
So as a case, my Lord, I think that proposition needs to be put in its proper context. Mr. Ramosepili quotes the evidence of Ms. Zandi Khumalo saying from her vantage point in the bathroom where he could see towards the dining room, she did not see any person running into the house. But it should be specified that running towards the dining room could be that the person ran into the kitchen. The way that Mr. Ramosepili put it, my Lord, doesn't correctly depict the evidence of Ms. Khumalo.
As it pleases the court, my Lord, it's quite a simple and crisp answer. In one of her testimonies, Zandile Khumalo says, our house, our kitchen is quite tiny, so you see everywhere. So
sorry, but she was imaging from a bathroom.
Yes, and
are you saying the bathroom is glassed or glazed? Because then I understood the evidence. The bathroom actually says was between the basin and the toilet. And when you open, it opens towards the inside.
Yes.
Yeah, listen to the evidence.
Yes, but remember,
but then,
yes.
Does he say she could see the rest of the house, according to you?
Which door will be?
The bathroom door. Which door opens inside. It doesn't open outside.
Which door?
Hello?
Which door was used to enter the Khumalo household?
The kitchen door.
Yes.
And the kitchen door, when you enter the house, there are cupboards on the side. You've got to traverse that distance right up to the passage, and then you traverse the distance of the sitting room.
My Lord, that's an issue that I will canvass as well when we deal with these exhibits HH and JJs to see
Okay.
the inconsistencies, the contradictions vis-a-vis themselves and the other evidence that was led in this court by witnesses that were in the house.
The evidence that we have of Ms. Kumar, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, Mr. Ramsey, on page 56,
Right.
on the 18th of July 2023, she says, sorry, then the gentleman with the dreadlocks took the phone and turned around. I did not know whether he was coming towards or coming to me, and then I went back into the toilet and closed. And she then said, and then in no time I peeped through again and saw that it means that he did not, or he was not coming towards me, which means that he went out of the door. So, my lord, in other words, she's saying her view was restricted to the corridor. That's her evidence.
Yeah, let us move on. Now, like I said, Brigadier, I've deliberately left the issue of the so-called confessional statements for the end of my cross-examination. Right?
Yes, understood, my lord.
Now, let us go to the evidence of Zungu, Constable Zungu, who is central to why the accused persons, and in particular accused number 2, is before court.
Yes, my lord, I'm listening.
Now, in the trial, within the trial, you testified that your informant that led you to now focus your investigation was Constable Zungu, right?
I don't think I classified him as an informer, my lord. I referred to the statement of Absalom Zungu, the father, to say he's the one that gave us the statement. I don't think I remember when I was cross-examined by Mr. Mngomezulu specifically, where he said I relied on informers, and I said no, there was no informers. I relied on the statement by Absalom Zungu.
Engikhulumile lana ke ukuthi ke mina istatement ekwakuyisona ke enganike kusona noma ke esasingihola ke kwakuyistatement sakhe uAbsalom Zungu kwakuyena ubaba.
Brigadier, maybe you will take me to your trial within the trial, whereby you speak about the statement of Absalom Ntlantezi Zungu, because for me, for the first time I hear that you relied on the statement of Absalom Zungu to lead you now to focus on accused 1 and 2. Was now during your testimony in chief.
Yes, absolutely. We can go to the records,
Yes.
and that is why, my lord, I'm specific that this issue was canvassed between myself and Mr. Mngomezulu as to what did I rely on, and Mr. Mngomezulu was leaning towards informers, and we debated on that part to an extent where I said there is a statement in the docket which was taken from Absolute Zungu, and he specifically implicates accused 1 and 2. So that is there. I'm certain of it 100%, my lord.
Lana ke lo daba lolu ke udaba ke ngamkhuluma sana nalo noma ke siudingida naye uMr. Mngomezulu yena ke esho ke ukuthi mina ke ngicekephi ngase ngimtshela ke ukuthi mina ke bakuyi statement sika Absalom Zungu la esifaka khona ke umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ngiqinisekile ke ngalokho sikhona ke lapha ya.
And do you know who is the source of Absalom Zungu's information that he provided to you?
Well, my lord, it's clearly depicted in his statement. This is Absolute Zungu that he witnessed certain discussions, and in those discussions in the homelands, accused 1 and 2 were implicated in this matter, in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. That's what the statement says.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ke uAbsalom Zungu lolo lwazi ke uluthola kuphi? Kukhona ke lokho kubhaliwe ke kwistatement sakhe ke uMr. Absalom Zungu ukuthi ke kwakukhulunywa ke noma zazikhona ke inkulumo ezazikhona emakhaya la ekwakukhulunywa khona ke ngaye umsolo wokuqala nowesibili ngokubandakanyeka kwabo ke lo daba ka Senzo Meyiwa.
And before we go any further, is that Absalom Zungu to this day still alive?
Yes, he's still alive. Insofar as I know, he's still alive, my lord.
Ngokwazi kwami ke yebo usaphila ke uAbsalom Zungu.
So in other words, because you say now you relied on Absalom Zungu, but Absalom Zungu was privy to conversation, or was he told by somebody else this information that he then relates to you?
Yes, but like I said, my lord, it's contained in his statement. We can get to it so that we put the correct context of what he says. We have that statement and we've disclosed it to the defense. So we can perhaps go straight to it if we want to put the contents of what he said.
Ukuthi ke yini ayisho ke singaya kusona ke statement sakhe sikhona futhi ke nabameli nabo basinikwa ke leso statement leso.
With what we discussed in the morning regarding admissibility of certain evidence provisionally, I'm going to ask that we focus on that statement of Absalom Zungu and that it be admitted provisionally, because I intend to call him and interrogate him regarding that statement that he made.
Yes, my lord. So should I go to it now?
Let's go there. Do we have it, Brigadier?
I'm checking the index.
Oh, okay.
The statements which were now also assembly. You remember?
Yes.
I
Yes,
keep
ma'am.
things in my head.
So
When also assembly, no stated. You can't remember, fine, no problem.
I remember, that's not that statement, my lord.
No, no?
It's
No,
not
no,
that
I'm just saying, is that the same statement?
It's not.
Okay, fine.
My
That's
memory,
all.
my lord, is very sharp.
Is that so?
Yes. I've got a sharp memory.
Very sharp.
Very sharp.
Your colleague there is smiling.
He knows, and he's got a sharp memory as well.
Oh.
So I'm getting to it, my lord. I've got it. I just need to get to it.
So you say you're intending to call
Yes,
Mr. Absalom Zungu,
indeed so, my lord.
okay? And the state doesn't intend calling him.
No, my lord.
Okay, fine, yeah. So in other words, okay, fine.
I've got it. I've got it. So, no, I have it.
Okay.
I have it. So should I read it into record?
Yeah,
The entire statement.
Yes, the entire statement. Okay. I'll do it, so.
All right. So it says, I, the undersigned Absalom Hlehezi Zungu, with ID number. The ID number is mentioned, my lord. I'm an adult male born on 1958 of 2/14. So it's February the 14th. Residing. There's an address given, my lord. I am currently unemployed and temporary work at Piet Retief. The address where he's working as well as the cell phone number is mentioned, my lord. Then paragraph 2, in late 2017, I met Mbegiseni Ntanzi, who is my relative from Homelands in Gwanongoma. I met Mbegiseni in Devon at Kwamashu squatter camp. It was during the general discussion between myself and him, whereby he told me something shocking. He said to me there was once a fight or argument between his brother Mafika Ntanzi and another Ntanzi brother in Sisutu homeland in Gwanongoma. I do not recall what was Mafika arguing with his brother, with his elder brother about, according to Mpekiseni. Mpekiseni said after the argument, he was told by the Adantanzi brother that he won't fight with Mafika. Instead, he will rather report him to the police for the murder of a Orlando Pirates goalkeeper called Senzo Meyiwa back in Fostoras. He further said he was told by the brother of Mafika, not Mpekiseni, that Mafika Ntanzi committed the murder with Muzi Sibia, who is also from Gwanongoma. I further do know that the two mentioned suspects were staying in the hostel in Fostoras during the time Senzo Meyiwa was killed. I further know that Muzi Sibia had dreadlocks at a certain time but cut them off after the murder of Senzo. Muzi Sibia is currently somewhere in Kwanongoma, and Mafika is currently working at a certain mine in Rustenburg. Paragraph 4. I am aware that the two were also used as hitmen, and their ringleader was one Nkani Zungu of Sisutu area, Kwanongoma. However, he is currently in jail. I have further identified a photograph of Moses Sibia to the police and attached it together with this statement marked ANZ1. I was not told by Mpekiseni as to why Moses Sibia and Mafika killed Senzo. After receiving the above information, I decided to tell my son, who is a police officer in Johannesburg, about the above information. His name is Sikumbuzo Zungu. Subsequent to that, I was then informed by Sikumbuzo that we should go meet the police at head office SAPS in Pretoria. Indeed, the police were met and I disposed the above statement to Colonel Geninda, who was with Sergeant Mukhani. I can identify Mafika to the police if I see him, but I do not have his photos. This is all I can say for now. Then paragraph 5, my lord, is the oath. And then it was commissioned by myself on the 17th of November 2019 at 16:25.
Le statement ke sakhe Absalom Zungu sifundeka ngalendlela uyasho ukuthi ubani Absalom Mthathezi Zungu, uyasho ke ID number yakhe nokuthi ke uhlala kuphi nokuthi usebenza kuphi. Uthi ke kwakungo 2017 ngahlangana noMbhekiseni Ntanzi oyisihlobo sami ke sibuya ke emakhaya kwaNongoma, ngahlangana noMbhekiseni eThekwini noma ke eDurban kwaMashu Squatter Camp noma ke umjondolo wakwaMashu. Wakukhulumisana nje phakathi kwami naye ke la angitshela khona ke okushaqhisayo, wathi kumina ke kwanempi ke noma ke eyayikhona ke phakathi komfowabo uMafika Ntanzi kanye futhi nomunye umfowabo wakwaNtanzi Sisoho Homeland kwaNongoma emakhaya. Angisakhumbuluke angisakhumbuluke ukuthi yini ababeyilwela noma beyixabanela ke uMafika nomfowabo. Ngokusho kwakhe uMbhekiseni washo ke ukuthi emuva kwalokho ke waloko xabana ke kwabakhona watshelwa omunye umfowabo wakwaNtanzi ngeke yena alwe naye uMafika, azokwenza ukuthi ahambe ayobika emaphoyiseni ngokubulawa kwanozinti we-Orlando Pirates owayebizwa ngokuthi uSenzo Meyiwa eFostoras. Washo ke futhi ukuthi watshelwa umfowabo kaMafika kungasiyena uMbhekiseni ukuthi uMafika Ntanzi wakwenza lokho nokubulala ekanye naye umuzi Sibiya naye ke obuya kwaNongoma. Okunye futhi engikwaziyo ukuthi labasolo ababili bahlala ehostel eseFoster noma babehlala ehostel eFosterus ngaso leso sikhathi leso sokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Okunye futhi engikwaziyo ukuthi umuzi Sibiya wayenama dreadlocks ke ngesikhathi esithize, kodwa ke emuva kokuthi uSenzo eshonile wase ewagunda lawo ma dreadlocks. Umuzi Sibiya kumanje njena ke noma ngaleso sikhathi konje ko statement ke ukwanongoma umafika Ntanzi yena ke usebenza kwimine ethize noma kwimine thizeni eRustenburg. Ngiyazi futhi ukuthi laba ababili ke babesetshenziswa nanjengeinkabi, futhi ke umholi wabo umunye obizwa uNkani Zungu waseSosoha noma iSosoha, angiboni kahle la, Sosoha uSososha kwaNongoma, kodwa ke kumanje njena useStocksini noma ke uvalelwe. Kunesithombe sikamuzi engisitholile noma ke ngasinikeza amaphoyisa sahlanganiswa ke kanye naso lesi statement lesi babe sebesiphawula ke nanjengo ANZ1. Angizange ngitshelo uyena umbhekiseni ukuthi kwakungani umuzi Sibiya kanye naye umafika Ntanzi babulale uSenzo. Emuva kokuthi sengitholeke lokhu noma lolwazi noma le information ke ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi ke ngitshele indodana yami eyiphoyisa eGoli mayela nalokhu noma nale information le, igama layo uSikhumbuzo Zungu. Emuva kwalokho ngase ngitshelwa uyena ke uSikhumbuzo ukuthi kuzofanele sihambe siyohlangana namaphoyisa ePitoli, kumahhovisi amaphoyisa ePitoli. Ngempela amaphoyisa sahlangana nawo, ngase nginikeza ngalesi statement lesi kuKolonel uGininda owaye naye uSergeant Mukhane. Ngingamkhomba uma emaphoyiseni uma ngingambona ukuthi nje anginaso isithombe noma izithombe zakhe, yiloko engifisa ukusho.
To be exhibit triple U.
Yeah, okay. What's that place, Sosoba?
I can't make out the hand.
I know a guy called Sosobala.
The traditional healer.
Yes.
Yes.
S-O-S-O.
The traditional healer, my lord. He was rather.
Oh, so you do go to a traditional?
No, I just know of him, my lord. He was very famous, so
yeah.
I just know of him.
You see, Mr. Nisi is surprised. I used to play soccer, so there were guys who were coming with magical stories. So Sobala was one of the big guys who would come with stories like he can make a ball vanish.
True.
So Sobala.
My lord, I see it's just approaching 3 o'clock.
Is that so?
Yes.
My lord, I think that Ngumalo will be more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it will be more to the up about this, Mr. Sosoban. From the same homeland.
But I thought you are from Peter Marisbeck. My name is Nguma.
From my homeland.
No, Gupi.
No.
English?
Yes.
Oh, yo, I'm trying to go Sosobala. Okay, should we adjourn then?
Yes, my lord, I would suggest that we adjourn until tomorrow.
What's the time now?
It's 3 o'clock, my lord.
Should we adjourn? I'm in your hands.
Please, man.
Brigadier, speak, even you yourself.
Then we can go up to first if you want us to.
Eh?
Let's go up to first, no problem.
Should we go? Okay. My lord, the suggestion on the left is that we adjourn now.
Alright, let's go up to first.
Let's go to
They will say, the church here, kick it in. Kick it in, the church. Hola, mahal.
Okay. Now, Brigadier, from the statement that you have read, I pick up early on that you relied on the information that is hearsay to investigate accused number 1 and 2. The deponent says, I had information from a relative of accused number 2 to the following effect that he mentions there. Then I also informed my son, that's another hearsay, and my son says, we need to go and see the police in Pretoria. That is the gist.
That's correct, my lord. But the son was there. He's the one that came to us. That's this Kumbuzo Zungu is actually Constable Zungu.
Yes.
Lana ke kule statement oqedwe sifunda ke engikutholayo ke nexwayo ukuthi ke wena ke wancika kwabathi inzwabathi ngoba ke lana ubaba uZungu uthi watshelwa ke isihlobo ke ukuthi kwenzeke lokhu kwase futhi enye inzwabathi futhi ukuthi ke manje useyotshela indodana yakhe yebo kuyiqiniso ke indodana yakhe iyona eyeza kuthina futhi ke loyo uConstable Zungu.
And efforts, my lord, was made to find the person who told the father, to collaborate that. And the person was found, but he was scared and fearful of the reprisal because this was a family. These are relatives. So there was a standoff, my lord, in terms of that person giving a statement to collaborate that assertion, my lord, which was not unusual, my lord, because court will remember that when I testify in evidence in chief, Constable Zungu, when he came to bring this information first to say this is what he heard from his father, it was way earlier in the year. And then we made an agreement that he must get his father so that the father can actually be the one coming to tell me this information. He found him months later, I think it's 6 months or so odd, when he was then, where we eventually made an arrangement to meet. We were first supposed to meet on the 12th of November. We shifted it in 2019 to the 13th of November. From our side with Brigadier Perumal, and subsequently when we met on the 13th of November, he then said he was able to convince his father to come through, and that's how now on the 17th of November we met for the statement. So, but there was difficulty in getting them to come forward in fearful of reprisal. They made it clear that our life would be in danger. That was the case from this person mentioned, but he did confirm that yes, I did tell my brother, but I'm not going to make a statement.
Okwenzeka ke ukuthi yebo ke sakwenza ke noma sazama ke ukuthi sithole ke umuntu lo okuyena ke owatshela uMr Zungu kodwa ke uma siya kuyena ke washo nje wathi cha mina ke angiyimisele nje nhlobo ukuthi ke ngenze istatement ngesaba ke noma ngisabisela ke impilo yami udaba ke lana sikhuluma ke ngabantu bomndeni kodwa ke wakusho ke ukuthi yebo ngamtshela ke uZungu kodwa ke angeke ngisenze ke istatement futhi ke uZungu weza kuthina noma weza kumina ke ngase ngithi ke kena akeze nobaba wakhe azoqinisekisa ke lokho akushoyo ke kodwa ke kwathatha izinyanga ukuthi eze kwakufanele sihlangane nge-12 kaNovember sihlangananga kanye naye uPerman nange-13 kodwa ke sigcine sase siyohlangana ngazo ke i-17 zikaNovember.
And that also, my lord, to put this into proper context because it affects Zungu, and that is why if one looks at Constable Zungu's statement, it was only taken while this trial actually was in progress. Was it? Yeah, I think it was taken sometime last year, Constable Zungu's statement. And the reason for that, my lord, is that as I was investigating, this is now after having sight of accused 2, 1 and 2, 3, 4 and 5. As we were busy obtaining statements from witnesses, it became apparently clear in terms of the statements that were obtained that on the day of the incident, this is now the 26th of October 2014, at the hostel where the planning took place, Constable Zungu was there, but not as part of the planning as the people who were there for the traditional dance music. So I think I recall 2 statements where his name kept on coming up to say he was there, being mentioned by witnesses. Kwabeni is one of those people. I think Makosenko also mentions him. There's a couple of statements that we obtained, my lord. And it was during that time when I went back to him to say, but your name is being mentioned, what happened? And then he opened up also to say, fearful of being assassinated due to the proximity of the accused. He wanted us to do the investigation, but he opened up, my lord, and said, look, I'll tell you what I know, but there was fear and concern that he might be killed.
Futhi ke masiza nakuyena ke uZungu uma ubheka ke istatement sakhe ukuthi sathathwa nini ke kwakungunyaka ondluleke iqala leli seqhubeka ke futhi ke uma noma ke ngenza ke uphenyo sebetholakele ke umsolwa wokuqala owesibili owesithathu owesine nowesihlanu ila khona ke manje ngithatha istatement ngicabanga ukuthi uMakhosonke naye uGwabeni igama likaZungu balisho njalo ila sengibuyela kuyena ke manje ngithi njengomuntu owayekhona ke lapho ukuthi hayi ukuthi wayekhona ke ukuthi kuhlelwe lokho kodwa ke ngoba ke kwakukhona ke babehlangene ngakho ingoma ke lapho kodwa ke ngase ngibuyela kuyena ngithi igama lakho liyavela ke la yila angitshela khona ke ukuthi esabela impilo yakhe kodwa egcineni ke wathi uzongitshela.
And throughout Zungu's testimony, and by Zungu I refer to Constable Zungu, he never indicated that his father was the source of the information that he now came and testified about in this court.
My Lord, firstly, I was not, obviously, the difficulties is I don't know how the context was put when Constable Zungu was testifying. But these are two different reports. The father was telling me about what he witnessed with his relative in KZN, not that he had a direct engagement with the accused. It was a hearsay, as Mr. Ramsipil has correctly put it, from a brother, his relative, in trying to manage the dispute in the homeland. So he only made a assertion insofar as that is concerned. Zungu involvement is insofar as what took place at the hostel where the planning was done when he was present. So those when he was present, and when I confronted him with his name coming up, my Lord, as I said, when I said, but why? Because I confronted him, why didn't you bring this information to me from the beginning? The indication or the response was that he was scared. He wanted justice to be done. Hence is the one that came forward on his own, my Lord, because he came on his own right from the beginning to the office of the National Commission, where I was informed there's a person who has information about the death of Senzo. That came from him in the beginning, but then he introduced the father and kept himself away. But when he was confronted, my Lord, he opened up and told the truth. And I may add lastly, my Lord, that in matters of this nature, especially where it is alleged that hitmen are involved, it's not an easy thing to get people to cooperate because they know the consequences should they be exposed, my Lord, to the hitmen. The consequences are dire. At times people have lost their lives. So when someone says he's fearful of his life, I personally understand because I dealt with such matters, my Lord.
uZungu ke kubufakazi bakhe ke akakazasho la enkantolo ukuthi ke konke lokhu akukhuluma noma ke le information ayenayo wayithola ubaba wakhe lana ke sikhuluma ke ngehlakalo embili ezahlukileke ubaba wakhe yena ke wayikhuluma ngokwenzeka ke emakhaya noma ngakutshelwa umfowabo emakhaya uZungu yena ke ekhuluma ke ngokuthi ke kwenzekani khona lapho ehostel wayekhona ke naye ilapho ke futhi ke uZungu abese letha ke ubaba wakhe ke wabese yena ke siyayiqhelanisa uthe manje mase kuvela ke igama lakhe ila sengimbuza khona ukuthi kungani ungangitshela ngokwaseqaleni washo ke ukuthi bebangelwa ukuthi ebesaba futhi ngakusho ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke kumacala afana noma ke umacala ke la khona ke kuthiwa ke abenzi balokho noma kwaleyo nto eyenzekile ke inkabi ke abantu bayasaba futhi ke kwenzekile ke amahlandla amaningi ngisebenzile ngamacala kanjena ukuthi ke abantu ila babulawe khona kumacala anjalo basuke besaba.
Yes, ma'am.
In line with our agreement yesterday, Brigadier, confine your answers. That we've worked in cases where hitmen and people lost their lives. It's unnecessary, you know that.
No, I agree, my Lord, but the inference was not to say the accused are hitmen. I was just making a general remark to say when someone...
My Lord, may I approach?
Okay.
Finish your answer.
Yes. When someone make that assertion, and I think in my response, my Lord, I was very cautious. I never said the accused before court are hitmen. I made a remark to say in matters that I've dealt with, that I've came across during my career, when people are saying they are scared because there is this allegation that hitmen are involved, I do understand that because I've seen witnesses in other matters really losing their lives in giving information to the police. That's the context I was saying it, my Lord.
Uma bengiphendula ke angishongo ukuthi ke abasola baphambi kwenkantolo ke inkaboda ngishilo nje ukuthi kumacala engisebenze ngawo ke la abantu bashoyo khona ke ukuthi kumacala ke la eksho khona ukuthi ke kuneyinkabi ngaphakathi ke ngisebenzile ngamacala njalo ukuthi ke abantu bayesaba futhi ke ngibonile ke futhi nabantu ukuthi futhi besifa ke kumacala anjalo noma befa.
Thank you, my lord, for the indulgence. Now, right at the top, when I said you relied on hearsay evidence to investigate accused number 1 and 2, especially, let's take it with the father's hearsay. The person that you referred to and that the father says he obtained the information from that Mbekiseni Ntanzi. Early on in my consultation in preparation for this case, I've consulted with him and vehemently he denies ever telling Mr. Absalom Zungu the set information that is deposed in Absalom Zungu's statement. That's the first point. And number 2, he is based in Mpumalanga. He does not know the sheikhs or whatever place that Mr. Absalom Zungu says he met him in Durban at that period.
My lord, I was not there during the consultation of Mr. Ramsipile with this individual. I think if I was part of it, then we could take this discussion further, my lord.
Ngamchazela kumele ukuthi ke ngikhulumile naye ke ubaba lona wena othi ke uyena uZungu atshelwa uyena umbhekiseni uyaphika ke ukuthi yena ke watshela uAbsalom Zungu lokho futhi ke nalamjondolo ke khulunywa ngawo lana uthi akawazi ngoba yena ke usempumalanga. Ngeshwa ke ngangekho nkathi ke uMr. Ramsipile ekhuluma naye ke umbhekiseni angibazi ke abakhulumile noma ukushiwe khona lapho.
We suppose this person will be called as well.
I was coming there, you overshot. The point now that I'm coming to, and this is exactly that point, this witness I'll call and he'll come and testify and tell this court and deny whatever it is said about him in that affidavit of Absalom Zungu.
My lord, like I said, I was not there during that discussion with Mr. Ramsipile and the said person, so I can't, I think I'd rather not, that's the terrain I'd rather stay away, because I was not there. All I can rely on is what Mr. Absalom Zungu said and the interaction that I had with the 3 that I've mentioned, my lord.
Mina ke nganuka kona iloko khulunywa uyena ke uAbsalom kanye futhi ke nalabo abathathu ke engakhulumisana nabo angeke ngiyeke lapho ngoba ngangekho uma uMr. Ramsipile ekhuluma naye umbhekiseni.
What's the name of this witness, by the way?
Mbekiseni Ntanzi, my lord.
Mbekiseni?
Yes.
Who?
Ntanzi.
Ntanzi?
Yes.
You say he stays out in...
He's in the
Mpumalanga?
Yes, my lord.
In Zululand. You know, Shaka used to rule this whole subcontinent. Today we say the Zululand in Mpumalanga, fine. That's why it's so strong. Who's this guy? So Shango, the general.
Yes.
He went right up to Zimbabwe. You don't know that?
I did maths and high school maths.
When they say Amashangan,
I don't know.
Abantu baga Soshangi, is that not so? General.
Yes, so
After they conquered the people that side, they gave him the idiom of saying Abantu baga Soshangan.
Yes.
But if you talk to a Tonga person, he'll tell you that I'm Tonga, I'm not Shangan.
Correct.
Is that so, Mr. Nis? I need to say
Advocate Baloy and advocate.
No, I'm asking because you're from Mpumalanga, you said. And I'm not saying that.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
To whether a person is a Tonga or Shanghai, I think the appropriate authorities.
Oh, I see, okay. Baloy, okay, fine. I hear you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, Constable Zungu, regarding the involvement of his father, he testified the following, and it's also contained in his statement, that when he met you, you were skeptical that he knows the accused that you are referring to, 1 and 2, and that you wanted confirmation that indeed he's related to them, and then you wanted a next of kin to come and confirm that indeed he knows them, and then he opted by bringing his father with. He never mentioned that his father was also privy to some information that was provided to him.
My Lord, I'm sitting with the statement of Mr. Absalom Zungu. I think it speaks for itself. I can't take it further than it. It speaks for itself as to what he's saying to me.
Ngokumayelana yeke uConstable Zungu nokuthi ke ubaba wakhe ke uhlangana kanjani ke lana uma uthi ke uma eza kuwena ke ekutshela ke ngaye umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ke wena ke ila ube nongabazake futhi ke ufuna nje umuntu angeza naye ozoqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela ke uyabazi noma ukuthi futhi ihlobo zakhe ke ila aletha khona ke ubaba wakhe ngihlezi lana ke noma ke kune statement lana sakhe uAbsalom Zungu engisifundile futhi ngicabanga ukuthi ke istatement lezi ke siyayikhulumela.
My Lord, at this juncture, it's nearly 4:15. The other day, I was badly affected by this aircon, and I see it's beginning. So I'd suggest that also the background noise that it makes me scream at the top of my voice, and when I get home, my voice is strained. So I'm going to request that we adjourn until tomorrow.
All right. Health business. Are you available tomorrow?
Yes, I am, my Lord.
Okay, tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Sasa,